off the ground.
The LA Times recently held a multicultural business forum to help provide information to existing and growing small businesses in the city. Attendees learned a wide variety of information.
Things such as marketing ideas, insights, information, legal, all the things that we know are important to small businesses and their success.
The business forums have been held for 3 years, but this year was expanded to a wider audience, with this particular forum geared towards women.
We started off with just Latino series. It used to be Abriendo Puertas. We, this year, launched the Multicultural Business Series, which includes Asian, African-American, Latino, LGBT, and women.
We believe that it is important. We believe that small businesses help to drive the local economy, and so we have to support it.
Ana Guerrero from Mayor Eric Garcetti's office was also there to offer advice on how to use city services.
If you're looking to start a new business, please explore our LA Business Portal and our Startup in a Day guide, both of which can be accessed through business.lacity.org.
We take the responsibility of making sure that we are able to connect and help our communities grow.
More information is available on www.latimes.com/multicultural forums. I'm Rasha Goel for LA This Week.
The next Multicultural Business Forum will be held in September. While one of indie rock's biggest bands has raised millions of dollars for charity through innovation. As Gil Reyes reports, a member of the band Arcade Fire has fundraising advice for students at LA Trade Tech College.
Canadian indie rockers Arcade Fire have sold out concerts from Glastonbury, England to Coachella, and have won even more praise for their humanitarian work. Since 2007, Arcade Fire has donated $1 for every ticket sold to relief in Haiti.
We're selling the tickets anyways. The people are coming to the shows anyways. Why aren't we all adding $1 on and having it go to the things that are really, really meaningful to us?
This, quote, simple but innovative idea coming from the band's touring violinist, Marika Anthony Shaw. It's helped raise more than $2 million for Haiti so far. Marika Anthony Shaw is the guest of honor at the recent Social Innovation Summit at LA Trade Tech College. Area Councilman Curran Price hopes the forum inspires others to think outside the box.
For opportunities, for goals, for dreams, making things happen.
Anthony Shaw has formed an organization called Plus One. It partners with other musical acts to donate proceeds of their earnings to charity.
And we're only just beginning. We'll have raised $4 million by the end of this year, $10 million by the end of next. And that's nothing. That's just music. But what about sports? What about any other time a fan community comes together to share something beautiful, exciting, passionate? Because what I would love to see is the normalizing of compassion.
And a better world for us all. From LA Trade Tech College, I'm Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
To learn more about Plus One and its growing movement of nonprofits and volunteers, log on to plusone.org. Body cameras for police officers get the green light. The city attorney cracks down on property owners who have converted their apartment buildings into short-term rentals. And Angelinos display their generous spirit by giving to those less fortunate. All these stories in City Beat. The Los Angeles City Council signed off on a $59 million plan to equip LAPD officers with body cameras and cell phones. The council voted to move ahead with a 5-year, $31 million contract to purchase about 7,000 body cameras and 4,400 stun guns. Los Angeles Police Commission officials say the cameras will make interactions with police officers more transparent, leading to fewer complaints from the public and potentially reducing incidences of excessive force or abuse by police officers. LA City Attorney Mike Feuer filed civil cases against the owners and operators of 3 rent-stabilized apartment buildings, alleging that they are illegally operating and advertising as hotels or short-term rentals. Feuer says the buildings are subject to the city's rent stabilization ordinance and that the building owners need to be held accountable for not complying with the law.
We live in a city with a profound shortage of affordable housing. And given that shortage of affordable housing, illegally converting rental units to hotels or short-term rents has got to stop.
Thousands of household items and lifestyle services were donated and gathered at local fire stations by hundreds of Angelenos and businesses as part of the Welcome Home Project, Mayor Eric Garcetti announced. Launched in May, the Welcome Home Project is an effort led by Garcetti to engage Angelenos in helping the most vulnerable residents. Garcetti's staff recruited Angelenos citywide to host gatherings of friends, neighbors, and colleagues to learn about the city's homelessness strategy and mobilize them to take action.
And I'm proud to say that Angelenos have gone above and beyond the call of duty. Hundreds of people who have come together to provide, together in homes and businesses, to provide plates, utensils, blankets, pillows, shampoo, nail clippers, frying pans, all the basic necessities.
Well, one day after gathering all those household supplies, Mayor Eric Garcetti helped move a family into their new home. Rasha Goel has more.
Good luck and keep your hopes up, because if you think negative, things negative are really going to happen.
Some encouraging advice from young Hannah, who recently moved into her new home at the Villas on Gower in Los Angeles with her mother and sister. Her mom, Anna, tells us what this new place means to them.
I hope you enjoy your...
It's new. I think it's new home.
We were actually at the LA housing, transitional housing, waiting to see if we can qualify to come to our place. We were pretty much at our lowest, and now we can have a place to go home. So that's like a second start for me.
Anna and her daughters are among other families who have experienced homelessness and now have a place to call home. It's part of the Mayor Move-In, where Mayor Eric Garcetti was all hands-on.
I'm your mayor. Nice to meet you. Hey, how are you? Today is the big move-in day. Folks who have moved in recent days or even today are coming into housing, off of the streets, out of cars, and it's just an amazing way to connect Los Angeles with itself, to bring people together who care about homelessness with individuals.
The Move-In is part of a bigger program where Angelenos are encouraged to sign up as volunteer hosts and invite friends, family, and neighbors to a gathering, guiding them through a discussion about homelessness in LA. The mayor's office supplies talking points and reference materials so that hosts are comfortable leading the discussion.
We're going to be doing this every 3 months. So get ready with your friends to host a house party. Bring these things together, toiletries and plates and mattresses and other things that people need. We'll come and we'll help you set that up, and then we'll help you do the next big move-in a few months from now.
The Villas at Gower will provide homes for 125 individuals and families who have been homeless and have qualifying disabilities.
Well, homelessness was created one story at a time, one person, one family at a time, and we're going to solve it that same way.
It's an amazing, amazing, amazing feeling to be able to have our place and be able to call it home, right?
You feel very special.
I feel very special.
Yeah.
I'm Rasha Goel for LA This Week.
More information on the Welcome Home Project can be found at lamayor.org. Well, here's a way to escape the summer heat and stress of city life. Take a boat ride down the LA River. Anna Marcos goes kayaking with Paddle the LA River and comes back with this report.
Minutes away from the hustle and bustle of LA's urban wilderness is a different kind of wilderness where water and birds are often the only sounds. Paddle the LA River, run by the LA Conservation Corps, has brought out a school of kids for an afternoon kayak ride in the Sepulveda Wash.
I'm feeling a little bit nervous since I've never been kayaking before.
Someone else appears a little anxious as well.
I wasn't expecting this. Even getting to the kayaks is a challenge. Let's see how I do. It's probably freezing. Ah! Help! I'm stuck.
There are a few mishaps, like getting stuck on sandbars and paddling into trees, but soon both reporter and kids get the hang of it, and we are cruising upriver in our kayaks, enjoying the sights.
It's always nice to see all the youth get excited. They see there's plenty of wildlife here. It's mallard, ducks, great blue herons, snowy egrets. As far as fish, we have mosquito fish, tilapia, catfish.
Others are also enjoying a lazy afternoon on the water.
We're fishing right here at the LA River.
Catching what?
Bass and carp.
The LA Conservation Corps gives at-risk kids training and jobs all year, but during the summer months, it takes school kids from all over LA out on the river for a taste of nature. And once a week, on Saturdays, it opens its boat tours to the public.
There's more companies doing, to be honest, but we're the only ones that charge way less, which is $30.
The 1.5-mile-long riverboat ride is over way too soon.
I like how I got to see the nature. It was so peaceful.
We don't even have to get out of Los Angeles and then enjoy something as fun as this.
And it seems even reporters enjoy a time out rowing boats gently down the stream. I'm Anna Margos for LA This Week.
The boat tours run through September. For more information and pricing, visit paddlethelariver.org or laconservationcorps.org. As you just saw, there's plenty of fun to be had on the LA River this summer. And enjoy 4th of July as fireworks light up the sky in LA. All this in this week's Things to Do. Paddle the LA River is the premier kayaking experience in LA. LA Conservation Corps guides will lead you down a 1.5-mile natural soft-bottom stretch surrounded by native habitat along the LA River in the Sepulveda Basin. For more, visit paddlethelariver.org. Celebrate Independence Day at the Hollywood Bowl with the legendary rock and roll band Chicago. One of America's most popular rock bands, the Grammy-winning hitmakers Saturday in the Park, You're the Inspiration, and many more appear on 3 spectacular evenings featuring patriotic music, thrilling fireworks, and more fun. It all takes place at the Hollywood Bowl July 2nd through the 4th. For more, visit hollywoodbowl.com. With one of the most spectacular fireworks displays in Southern California, the 4th of July fireworks extravaganza at Warner Park delights over 60,000 people with a free concert and 15-minute spectacular fireworks display. There are over 20 local restaurants on hand, along with arts and crafts vendors and local businesses promoting and selling their goods. The event takes place on July 4th from 6 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Come early. Warner Park is located at 5800 Topanga Canyon Boulevard in Woodland Hills. For more, visit valleycultural.org. And that's a look at some things to do. Well, that's going to do it for this edition. I'm Yana Kay, and from all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. You can also follow and like us on Facebook. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
Been thinking. You're not prepared for an earthquake. Take this antique vase your mom got you. If the big one hit, be a goner. Or this clay penguin you made in 3rd grade. History. By simply strapping loose furniture to the wall and putting
Sergeants, please call the members, had him report. take a seat. I want to welcome you to your Los Angeles City Council. It is Friday, July 1st. This council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. We do not have a quorum as of yet, but we can start today's work with the presentation portion that's on today's agenda. At this time, I'd like to recognize Mr. Buscaino. Mr. Buscaino for a presentation. The floor is yours, Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it's great to be here this morning as we begin our new fiscal year on a bittersweet moment. We are losing, through retirement, a dedicated employee of the Department of Public Works family, Chief Construction Inspector Russ Strazella, who will be retiring after 26 years with the Bureau of Contract Administration, as we know at Con Ed. Let's give Russ and his beautiful wife, Teresa, a warm welcome here in the city of Los Angeles. Russ shared with me his family history. His grandparents immigrated to the United States in the early 1900s. His grandfather worked for the Department of Public Works in Wilmington, Delaware. So we do have a strong connection as a council member representing Wilmington, California, and a grandfather who dedicated much of his life to the people of Wilmington, Delaware as an employee of the Department of Public Works. I'd like to share with you Russ's employment background here with the city of Los Angeles, which began in 1990, was promoted to Senior Construction Inspector in 1994, Principal Construction Inspector in 2000, and Chief Construction Inspector in 2004, where he served as a division manager of the General Services and Special Projects divisions. The name Contract Administration doesn't actually evoke excitement, but the Bureau serves as a very important purpose, ensuring the contractors who build public works projects are not doing, are making sure that they do good work and the taxpayers are getting their money's worth. Russ was a natural at this because he spent numerous years in private construction before working for the city. He oversaw the construction of numerous recreation centers, senior centers, bridges, and major street lighting and storm drain construction projects, saving the city's millions of dollars with his watchful eye. He was instrumental in crafting the contractor responsibility, contractor performance evaluation, and peak hour lane reduction ordinances. I first met Russ when I landed here 4 years ago during my first meeting as chairman of Public Works Committee, when he came in and Councilman Englander to discuss ways to better monitor private contractors that cut into a city's streets. And I was blown away by his breadth and depth of his knowledge and his ability to answer any question before him. So it's fitting that one of his final projects at Con Ed has been launching a pilot program with LADWP to test the use of RFID chips embedded in the asphalt patches and street cuts, an idea that our colleague, Councilmember Englander, and I approached him about, and he ran with it. And as a council member, it doesn't matter how great an idea is if you don't have the cooperation, collaboration, and partnership with the staff that will be implementing it. So Russ has been an amazing team player and always come through with anything we have asked him. And I've always sensed he shares my sense of impatience and urgency and has been very committed by making forward progress in this city. So on behalf of this entire council, our mayor, and especially my colleague Mitch Englander and I'd like to say thank you so much, Russ, for your commitment and dedication. And it's been an enjoyable experience working with you. And we wish you a well-deserved, happy, healthy retirement. Russ Strazella. Thank you, sir. We have John Reamer here, Director of Con Ed, who I'll ask to say a few words, and then I'll turn over to Russ. But let's present this resolution on behalf of the entire city family. Come on, Sherry. Come on, Teresa. Thank you. Help me welcome John Reber, colleagues.
Thank you, Councilmember Buscaino, to the President of the Council, Council members. Thank you for acknowledging Russ Trezella today. If I were to define Russ in one word, it would be passion. And we can say that about many of our city employees, but Russ, I guess I'm biased. Passion is the word, be it peak hour patrol or utility coordination, emergency response, and then, yes, contract responsibility. Russ has made sure he's dedicated his service to making sure that the constituents of this city receive the service that they should. And so I thank you for acknowledging him. I thank Russ and his family for the years that they've dedicated in serving this city. Thank you, Russ.
Thank you, John. Help me welcome my fratello.
No, Mr. Buscaino,
yes,
let me recognize Mr. Koretz.
Fantastic.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to thank Russ for his great work with our office. There are a lot of times, especially in the hillsides, where illegal work is done, unpermitted work is done, and if it's allowed to happen without being caught, literally lives can be endangered. So we appreciate all your great work. My staff appreciates you and asked me to commend you for a great career and all the help that you've given us.
Thank you. So help me welcome to say a few words, Russ Trezella, a brother of mine, a brother of ours, and a fratello, as we say in Italiano. Auguri e cent'anni di felicità.
Thank you, Councilman Buscaino, and everybody here. Some of you will probably be shocked to know that I'm, for once, speechless. I'm very dumbfounded by this. I'm humbled, and I'm very proud to be here. Shortly put, I know you're busy. I grew up in a small town where people take care of their neighbors. And you gave me 4 million of them. And I'm indebted to all of you, including your past colleagues who are not here, who are your predecessors, who have given me, all of you, the honor and privilege of working for you and your constituents. And I hope we've done some good. And the two hardest things I ever have to do are take compliments and say goodbye. So it's pretty hard to do this. But I will never forget any of you, and I appreciate this from the bottom of my heart. And God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Madam Clerk, we have a quorum. Could you please call the roll?
Blumenfield, Bonin, Buscaino, Cedillo, Englander, Fuentes, Harris Dawson, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Martinez, O'Farrell, Price, Rue, Wesson. 12 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
O'Farrell moves, Price seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Blumenfield moves, Bonin seconds. Continue.
Mr. President, there is a request to receive and file 1C and J inasmuch as the liens were paid in full, and to continue 1A, B, D, and F to August 19, 2016, and to continue 1I and G to July 29, 2016. Also, Mr. President, given the upcoming council recess, would the council like all items today to go forthwith?
Yes, that will be the directive. Okay, so we have cards.
Items 1 and 2 are items noticed for public hearing. There are cards on 1 and 2.
Okay, let's move on to the next section on the agenda.
Items 3 through 48 are items for which public hearings have been held. Mr. President, the committee reports for items 4, 5, 6, 7, 26, 45, 46, 47, 48 have been submitted and circulated for Council's consideration. And also there is a technical correction for item 13. This item is not subject to mayor approval.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. O'Farrell.
Item 32 special for Paul Krikorian, please.
Okay, Mr. Blumenfield.
Special, please.
Mr. Huizar.
Special, please.
Okay, so let's prepare. Mr. Koretz?
Item 45 and item 8.
Okay, let's hold those items. And let's prepare to vote on the remaining items. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Continue.
Mr. President, there are ordinances that will be held over unless reconsidered with 12 members present. Next item are items 49 through 68, and those are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, so without objection, those items are now before this body. Cards.
There are cards for 49, 50, 51, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 63, 65, and 67.
Okay, let's hold those items and vote on remaining items. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Continue.
Mr. President, now that there are 12 members, would Council like to reconsider the ordinances?
Okay, why don't you give us the items, announce the items. We'll vote on reconsideration, then we'll vote on the items.
Yes, sir. Those are items 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9.
Okay, the first vote is on reconsideration. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Now let's actually vote on the items. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, continue.
On the continuation agenda, items 69 and 70 are items which public hearings have been held. Item 69, there is a request to refer this matter to the Rules, Elections, Intergovernment Relations, and Neighborhood Committee. And also there is a request to hold item 70 special.
Okay, so that would leave us what to vote on? Well, we would vote on 69. So let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Mr. President, for the record, 69 was referred to the Rules, Elections, Intergovernment Relations, and Neighborhood Committee.
Okay. Now, does that bring us back to presentations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Blumenfield, were you ready to proceed? In fact, Mr. Blumenfield, before you start, I want to recognize a very distinguished judge. I lost him. I had him. Judge Terry Hatter, Senior United States District Judge, and he has a group of young people with us today, some of which are from Ireland. Judge, where are you? Can we give the judge and his students a round of applause? He visits us every year. We thank you for your service to this great country. Mr. Blumenfield, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I have some adorable kittens, tiny little kittens behind me to grab all of your attention because this morning I want to talk briefly about an issue that is an animal services issue that is unique to July 4th weekend. And so I'll get a nice close-up shot on one of these little kittens while I'm talking. So I come to you as a colleague, also as someone who has fostered successfully dogs with my family and has a rescue pet. And I know all of you care about our pets in throughout the shelters. Well, one of the things that people often don't think about is that July 4th weekend creates an environment, loud noises that frighten your animals, and animal services is often overrun with stray pets over this 4th of July weekend. And in the past, in years past, that has meant that the shelters have filled up and pets that could otherwise not find a home were euthanized because there wasn't enough room. And the Animal Services came up with a system, a special July 4th weekend foster system, so that there would be a solution to this, so that folks could foster pets over the weekend, create more space at the shelters for the inevitable stray pets that are going to be lost. And a lot of these stray pets are pets that have loving families, but because of the fireworks, they get spooked and they end up going. Last year, over 264 stray pets were taken in over July 4th weekend, but because they had this foster system in place, which was new, they were able to spare the lives of all of those pets. And my hope is that this weekend we can have the same successful and happy outcome, and that's why we're here to let you know about this program. And here to tell you a little bit more about it is the West Valley Animal Shelter volunteer Michelle Cornelius.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle Cornelius. I've been volunteering at the West Valley Animal Shelter since 2007. I'd first like to thank Councilman Blumenfield for inviting me here to present on this very important issue in our foster program in general at LA Animal Services. As the council member indicated, over the 4th of July, we get overrun with dogs because they get spooked by the fireworks. And typically what ends up happening is we have to euthanize dogs in advance of the 4th of July holiday weekend to make space for what is expected to come in. And it's also always a very painful time for the staff and the volunteers at the city shelters to have to see that happen. On average, our city shelters see a 44% increase in average daily intakes between July 2nd and July 6th alone. As the council member indicated, typically we have to euthanize otherwise adoptable and healthy pets to make space for these animals. In 2015, East Valley Shelter implemented hashtag 4 Days for Life. They had several people come using social media. They had several people come and foster animals, dogs specifically, for just the 4 days. In that 4 days, and they were able to foster 64 dogs. That was all the dogs they had eligible to be fostered. They got all of them out that weekend for the 4th of July. We had 264 dogs come into the East Valley Shelter alone over the holiday weekend last year. Because of this foster program, no dogs had to be euthanized for space. And due to the success of this program, we have now extended that program to all 6 of our city shelters, which we're very excited to have that happen. And it would be great if the City Council can help promote this program, as well as the safety for July 4th safety tips for pets that the LA Animal Services just released yesterday about how to keep your pets safe over the 4th of July holiday weekend. And while the 4th of July is when city shelters are overrun with dogs, we are overrun with kittens every day from April through October. This is otherwise known as kitten season. If these kittens cannot be fostered, they are euthanized. They're extremely high risk of being euthanized, especially if they are under 4 weeks of age, because they cannot eat on their own. In the fiscal year 2014-2015, the shelter received 8,954 unweaned kittens, and 4,744 of them, or 52%, were euthanized. In the most recent fiscal year, 2015-2016, which just ended yesterday, the shelter received 7,403 unweaned kittens, and 3,088 of them were euthanized, or 41%. So while we're going in the right direction, this is still quite a crisis for our city shelters. In early June, the foster coordinator at East Valley sent out an email plea for fosters because they had 97 kittens between the ages of 2 to 6 weeks. At West Valley, thanks to the supervisors who send out our foster emails and a dedicated core group of volunteers, including myself, who network the kittens, we have been able to save the vast majority of the kittens coming into our shelter so far this year. But we still do need help. At West Valley, one of the things that I've been able to do is I've created what we call a foster board. And the kittens that are in back that are underage and not able to be adopted, I put those pictures on a board that's placed just outside the cat room. That way, the public is coming in, we're looking for kittens. They can see what other kittens we have available that cannot yet be adopted, but can be fostered. And we've had a tremendous amount of success getting people to fill out a foster application and foster those kittens until they could be adopted. So I and everyone who works tirelessly to save these animals would greatly appreciate the City Council's help in publicizing the need for foster volunteers during this 4th of July and the kitten season in general. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. She was good?
Yeah, she was great. Thank you, Michelle. And just remember, everyone, you can save a life this 4th of July weekend. Think about fostering over Independence Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again. Mr. Cedillo?
Hola, ¿cómo están? Did they call you Joey when you were a kid? Elementary school?
Mr. Cedillo, the floor is yours.
Yes, we have a video, and it's ready to roll. If everybody can move their attention to the screens. Okay, everybody, because we're Latinos, because it's free, because Donald Trump has no idea what he's done.
Yes, I hear you.
It's my sincere pleasure to honor you today in council with notice that tomorrow will be the first annual Independence Day Tariada. So we're having a big party. We're going to be the first to celebrate the 4th of July. We're going to do it on the 2nd. And what we're doing is we're bringing together the incredible culture that is the Latino community. We're going to do this at MacArthur Park in my district. MacArthur Park was the central park of Los Angeles before Wilshire cut through it. It is a hub for the city. It's a transit center. It's a cultural center. And it's a place where history meets the future of the city. And so we're very excited that we're using MacArthur Park for that. We're going to have a big party. We call it a Tariada. And it's going to be an incredible day. Right here to my side is Jose Rizzo, who is our producer of our Latin Jazz Music Festival, which will be coming up in a few weeks. So keep that in mind as well. The event is free. We're going to have lunch trucks, and we have this incredible lineup I want to introduce to you. One of my favorites, I saw the last performance on the last night at La Fonda. Mariachi Los Camperos with Marisela Ibarra. Give her applause. Folclórico Princesa Donají is here. Ed Mex featuring Adrian Brice. Buye Pongo is going to be there. Yes. Vilma Diaz y La Sonora, formerly with Soronita Dinamita. Legendary band. We'll hear from her in a brief second. And then, as I said, we have Jose Rizzo here with us also. Jose, why don't you say a few words? I'm going to ask Vilma to come up, and then we're going to ask Maricela to come up.
Hello, everybody. How you doing? Again, this is a continuation of just great cultural events here in Los Angeles, and it represents how beautiful the evolution of and how a big part the music is in our cultural development here in LA. And this is the way to celebrate it with a full day of tardeada, and that's in the Latino tradition. Tardeada is a full day of music and food, and that's what we're hoping to have tomorrow with all of these wonderful artists.
Thank you. Vilma, please join us.
Gracias. Muy buenos días. Gracias, señor Gil Cedillo, por darme la oportunidad de traer parte de mi folclore de Colombia. I am from Colombia. Estoy honrada de participar en este evento.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Mr. Cedillo. I'm very honored to be here to bring the folklore from Colombia, and I'm here to participate.
En el Festival de Día de Independencia de la Tardeada.
In the Festival of Independence Day of the Day of Tardeada.
Donde vamos a exponer nuestra música del folclore colombiano que se llama la cumbia.
Where we're going to export our music from Colombia. The folklore is called cumbia.
Y me siento muy contenta de celebrar el Día de Independencia porque considero a Estados Unidos como obviamente parte de mi vida, de mi país, al igual que mis hijos son ciudadanos americanos.
And I feel very happy to be part of this celebration because I consider the United States a very special place. My children are American citizens.
Y Dios bendiga a los Estados Unidos.
God bless the United States.
We have this incredible restaurant in Westlake. For over 40 years, La Fonda de los Camperos opened in 1969 and served as home of Mariachi Los Camperos until its closing in 2007. They have now reopened and are in full swing. As I said, I took my dad there the last night. It was a place that I know my family used to celebrate many of the important occasions of our life. Please welcome Maricela Ibarra.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Maricela Ibarra, and I'm a local artist, which was blessed by Gil Cedillo's district to be performing with Mariachi Camperos. I became in love with mariachi music thanks to Mariachi Camperos as I was a child, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity to bring some joy to MacArthur Park and to everyone that's welcome to come in and enjoy this. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
Okay, so let me thank the Department of Cultural Affairs and all our sponsors for bringing this event. Tomorrow at 2:30, all of you are welcome to join us as we kick off the first Independence State Tardeada. It's the beginning of the end of Donald Trump, because no wall can contain the music of a people aspiring to be free. Thank you. Who's this for? Oh, sí. Mari. There you go. Okay. Okay, take everybody to the back. Todos vamos atrás, a otro lugar para más fotos. Good morning, everybody.
Sid.
Mr. Koretz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm proud to be leading this very important presentation in which we help memorialize World Day for International Justice, to be held as always on July 17th. This crucial World Day allows us to express support for the International Criminal Court. With me are members of the International Criminal Court Alliance. Their vital efforts raising awareness about the International Criminal Court don't occur in a vacuum. Far from it. The history of the 20th century was tragically and devastatingly marred by world wars, genocide, and other crimes against humanity. In this century, the threat and sometimes the reality of such catastrophic violations hang heavy over our world, whether it's because of the spread of terrorism, the existential challenges faced by international organizations, or even the rhetoric of potential world leaders espousing torture. That's why the International Criminal Court is so crucial, because it helps ensure that we have some true, shared, and ironclad relationships and understandings of what never should be accepted or allowed. The International Criminal Court, or ICC, was created through an international treaty conference on July 17, 1998. The ICC was established to bring justice to the world's most serious violators of human rights, including those who commit genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. The ICC promotes national prosecution first and acts only when national judicial systems are either unable or genuinely unwilling to investigate and prosecute these crimes. The ICC provides a permanent court with established rules and procedures, applying high standards of the rule of law, and the cases referred to the International Criminal Court are from places where the most serious of violations occur. Convictions have been achieved. Crimes addressed have included war crimes and crimes against humanity, rape, murder and pillage, sexual and gender-based crimes, human rights violations, terrorism, and atrocities. The ICC also promotes international efforts and cooperation, including through global discussions of justice, law, and peace. I'd now like to invite Melanie Parteau of the International Criminal Court Alliance to speak about their efforts and the ICC.
Good morning. Before I say a few brief words, I'm just going to ask Shireen to introduce the people who we have here with us today.
Good morning. My name is Shireen Ershadi. Myself and Mr. Sean Butler, we're both co-chairs of the International Criminal Court Alliance in Los Angeles. With us we have, of course, Ms. Melanie Parteau, Ms. Samira Gotel, Ms. Mary Carr, Dr. Cyrus Pirnazar, and Mr. Farzad Hassani.
She did that much better than I could have. Again, my name is Melanie Parteau. It's a pleasure to address you today. I was asked by the International Criminal Court Alliance to speak about the International Criminal Court and the importance of the resolution that we're asking you to adopt today to support the ICC. And in doing so, I thought maybe to discuss the progress of the court, its ongoing investigations, the criminal conviction and 18-year sentence that the court handed down just 10 days ago of Jean-Paul Bemba for atrocities committed in the Central African Republic. But then I thought I might talk about something a little different. I thought I might discuss with you the connection between an international organization seated in The Hague, the Netherlands, and this chamber and its citizens, the people of Los Angeles. I was born in Van Nuys at Valley Presbyterian Hospital. I went to high school in Reseda. I went to law school at Southwestern, just down Wilshire. And except for a short period of time when I was at Oxford doing an advanced degree in international human rights law, I've made my home here in Los Angeles. Today, I'm a practicing human rights litigator, and my base practice is here in Los Angeles. And so many of the things that we're confronted with here in Los Angeles as human rights attorneys, advocates, and citizens are very similar to the things that interest and concern people who are citizens of member states of the ICC and who the ICC helps to protect. Namely, we all demand accountability for government abuse of power. We all believe that violence committed against civilians on the basis of their race, gender, culture, religion, sexuality, ethnicity, or national origin is unacceptable under any circumstances. We state that crimes committed in pursuit of racism and policies of discrimination threaten our peace and security. We say that crimes committed against women must be given special attention to ensure that sexual crimes are fully recognized under domestic criminal law and international criminal law, regardless of the context, and that they're zealously prosecuted. And we believe that victims and witnesses must participate and be protected as they participate in the prosecutorial process. So the ICC works to prosecute crimes like sexual slavery, forced labor, rape, torture, the destruction and appropriation of cultural property, enforced prostitution, and enforced pregnancy. Because it's a treaty-based organization, however, it has no police force of its own, and it's very difficult for the court to do its work without support of local government agencies and local governments like the City of Los Angeles. For that reason, we respectfully request that you pass the resolution supporting the ICC and commemorating July 17th as the International World Justice Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. And before we present our proclamation, any other council members on the queue?
You continue.
Thank you. It's now my privilege to present this proclamation, and it concludes by stating that the Los Angeles City Council hereby expresses its support for the International Criminal Court and declares July 17, 2016 to be World Day for International Justice. Close for the picture.
Again, thank you, Mr. Koretz. I was looking for Mr. Cedillo. We'll quickly go to item. Oh, in fact, no, we have Mr. Cedillo. Mr. Cedillo, it's my understanding that you want to introduce some folk to us today.
Mr. President, it's a very important day for us and an important day for the country of El Salvador. What we have with us is the equivalent of the National Conference of Mayors for the country of El Salvador. And we are very honored and privileged to be visited by, I'm not sure what the exact number is, 34 or 40?
46.
46. See, we have 46, is what she was saying. 46 mayors from El Salvador. We have the ambassador from El Salvador to Washington. Yes, un aplauso, por favor. El embajador de El Salvador in Washington, D.C., the consul general from from El Salvador is here, and as I said, the equivalent of the basically the conference of National Conference of Mayors for the entire country of El Salvador. Sí, can all por favor.
Could all please stand up? Let's give them a round of applause. A welcome. I want to recognize Mr. Price quickly, if I can. Mr. Cedillo.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes.
I just want to join with my colleague, Mr. Gil Cedillo, in welcoming our friends from El Salvador. We appreciate the unique role that El Salvadorians play in our community, especially in the 9th District. I had a chance to meet with the group yesterday about improving trade and culture and investment opportunities, both sides. And so we're excited that you're here. Hope that it's been a very productive several days, and we look forward to a long, continuing relationship. Thank you, Mr. Cedillo.
Mi colega dice que la presencia de todo el pueblo de los migrantes de El Salvador tiene un lugar aquí. Él y yo tenemos la misma área y la presencia es muy fuerte y la historia del pueblo migrante de El Salvador tiene un lugar aquí y gracias a todos que hacen en su país. Tenemos ¿cómo se dice? Lazos, ¿no? Tenemos relaciones fuertes e importantes aquí en Los Ángeles y allá en El Salvador. Y gracias por su presencia. Sabemos que ustedes van a hacer trabajo muy importante en su tiempo aquí. Y nosotros, él y yo, esperan la día que nosotros puedan visitar a ustedes allá en El Salvador. Y también mi colega José. Bienvenido. Gracias.
Mr. Cedillo, I have another speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just real briefly, Mr. Cedillo, thank you so much for recognizing this delegation. I had the great privilege with meeting several of you 13 months ago when I traveled to El Salvador for the beatification of Monsignor Oscar Romero, and what a life-changing event that was. So I also salute you and just want to pay my respects and bienvenidos a Los Angeles, and enjoy yourselves and travel safely back, and I will see you back in El Salvador another time. Thank you.
Any more closeted Salvadorans?
No, I think you did good. I mean, welcome, and Mr. Cedillo, you always, bring a different flavor, cultures to this council, and we're better for it. So, anyway, welcome and enjoy.
Gracias.
Let's give him one more round of applause. Okay, members, it's my understanding that concerns on items 45 and 8 have been answered. So, Madam Clerk, let's prepare to vote on those items. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, let's move on. Mr. Previn, if you're here, we're going to ask you to come up on items 59 and 67. Please come forward. Come on, Mr. Previn. Floor is yours, sir. Can we adjust the time?
Okay, thank you, sir. It is Eric Previn from the 2nd District. I think it is appropriate to thank Councilmember Fuentes and Harris Dawson on item number 59, sir. This is relative to the funding of the Pacoima Arts Incubator. As many people know, Fuentes' nickname is the Pacoima Arts Incubator. He has been tirelessly shuffling money. He's putting $100,000 in this case in the community. He's moving it actually from the council community projects line into the general city purposes fund. And then to a new account entitled Pacoima Arts Incubator for further support of this particular project. So we are very, very excited to hear about that. The very next item, in fact, is item 60 on this agenda. And here he is decreasing the CBGB funds in the amount of 1.25 from the Pacoima Arts Incubator with the Community Development Trust Fund. So it gets confusing for the folks in the public, so I can't go more into those weeds on that particular item but you can see what's happening here is that there is a transfer of funds. There was a very good article in City Watch about this by a guy named Jack Humphreyville, where he pointed out how the city has approximately $40-something million worth of funds that are like, they call them a slush fund, but it's not exactly that. And then what they do is they earmark them for projects that have a specific, like Pacoima Arts Incubator, a particular application in the neighborhood where the council member. So in a way, that sounds actually pretty good. But for the folks, I think Humphreyville and others have argued, who are worried about the citywide deficiencies all over the place, they were hoping that some of that $40 million would go into the general fund and fund the appropriate services that everybody has come to expect. Now, item 67, which you asked me to include, I will, sir, as a courtesy to you. It's very hard to divergently address these things. But this one caught my attention because it is our friends at UFLAC. Now, for those who don't know, that's the United Firefighter, basically the union who represents some of the firefighters, the important ones. Now, UFLAC is a big, big champion of Councilmember Krekor. I think they love you all. Nori Martinez was a big recipient. What they do is they provide support for the group, which is this group, who are supportive of their work. And we all are, as members of the public, very happy to support the fire department. Here we're giving them, I believe it's access to the old fire station number 7 over on Nordhoff in Arleta. We have a history of giving away city firehouses that has caught my attention in the past. On July 1, 20, I believe it is 15, 1 year ago, when you were being ushered in as council president, I raised up some concerns about the sale of one. But today, we're not selling it. What we're doing is we're providing a very special lease for UFLAC, the great campaign contributors. And what the terms of that lease are, sir, we will leave it to you and your team to bring forward appropriately and in a public manner so that we can see that they're getting a very, very good deal, because these are, in fact, the fire department, and we want them to have a fair treatment at the very least. Now, I don't think it's necessary to have an RFP. I'm certain that you guys are not interested in that. I know Buscaino can't stand RFPs. He prefers RFQs, which is kind of qualifications. And I don't think anybody's going to doubt the qualifications here. So I'm going to stop now with 37 seconds on, because there's a room full of people who want to get moving. And we do appreciate the presentation, sir. You're doing a nice job.
Thank you very much. Let's prepare to vote on these items. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, I'd like to just check in with Ms. Martinez. Ms. Martinez, I'd like to recognize you at this time.
No pressure. You guys are all in line? Okay, you're mine. 7. Who's number 2? Me. You're number 2. Yes. She's not here. She's here.
Know where to go? Do they know where they're going?
Yes.
After you leave, do they know where they're going? No. She doesn't know where she's going after she leaves.
I'm sorry. So, after she leaves, she's going to step here after you.
Ms. Martinez?
Just, we're trying to set up.
Oh,
Just
you
give
take.
Give me 20 seconds.
You
I'll
take
make
all
this
the
up.
time you need.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. President, members. Colleagues, many of us have heard the news accounts recently of the rape case out of Stanford University. Unfortunately, a loophole exists in state law that allows sexual predators to get probation as punishment if their victim is intoxicated or unconscious. That's what happened in this case, and that's just simply wrong. That's why I'm introducing a resolution today to support the efforts of Assemblyman Member Evan Lowe to close this loophole. But we have to do more than support this common sense legislation. Rape and sexual violence is a serious issue. Rape and sexual violence is a serious issue in California as well as here in the city of Los Angeles. It is important that we give a voice to the victims of this type of violence. So today, I will be joined by a couple of dozen other women, community leaders, and women who work here at City Hall. And together we will give a voice to the words of the brave victim in the Stanford case. I've invited some of the women who were here a couple of weeks ago in our council chambers when we recognized Denim Day. Because whether it's jeans, the way a woman dresses, or if she's drinking too much, none of those are an invitation for rape. What you're about to hear is the victim's impact statement of someone who we only know as Emily Doe, the victim in the Stanford case we've heard so much about. And I just want to caution, if there are children in the audience, there is very strong sexual language in this letter. So if you're uncomfortable with your children hearing this, you should probably leave the chamber. Just want to give everybody that information. If not, then we're going to start. Just a second.
Take all the time that you need.
Your Honor, if it's all right, for the majority of the statement, I would like to address the defendant directly. You don't know me, but you've been inside me. And that's why we're here today. On January 17, 2015, it was a quiet Saturday night at home. My dad had made dinner, and I sat at the table with my younger sister, who was visiting for the weekend. I was working full-time, and it was approaching bedtime. I planned to stay home by myself, watch TV, read, while she went to a party with her friends. When I decided I was the only night with her, and I had nothing better to do, so why not? There's a dumb party 10 minutes from my house. I would go, dance weird like a fool, and embarrass my younger sister. On the way there, I joked that undergrad guys would have braces. My sister teased me for wearing a beige cardigan to a frat party like a librarian. I called myself Big Mama because I knew I'd be the oldest one there. I made silly faces, let my guard down, and drank liquor too fast, not factoring in that my tolerance significantly had lowered since college. The next thing I remember, I was on a gurney in a hallway. I had dried blood and bandages on the back of my hands and elbow. I thought maybe I had fallen and was in the admin office on campus. I was very calm, wondering where my sister was at. A deputy explained I had been assaulted. I still remained calm, assured he was speaking to the wrong person. I knew no one at this party. When I was finally allowed to use the restroom, I pulled down the hospital pants that they had given me. When I pulled on my underwear, I felt nothing. I still remember the feeling of my hands touching my skin and grabbing nothing. I looked down and there was nothing. The thin piece of fabric, the only thing between my vagina and everything else, was missing, and everything inside me was silenced. I still don't have any words for that feeling. In order to keep breathing, I thought maybe the police used scissors to cut them off for evidence.
Then I felt pine needles scratching the back of my neck and started pulling them out of my hair. I thought maybe the pine needles had fallen from a tree onto my head. My brain was talking my gut into not collapsing because my gut was saying, help me, help me. I shuffled from room to room with the blanket wrapped around me, pine needles trailing behind me. I left a little pile in every room I sat in. I was asked to sign papers that said rape victim, and I thought something has really happened. My clothes were confiscated and I stood naked while the nurses held a ruler to various abrasions on my body and photographed them. The three of us worked to comb the pine needles out of my hair. 6 hands to fill 1 paper bag. To calm me down, they said it's just the flora and fauna. Flora and fauna. I had multiple swabs inserted into my vagina and anus. Needles for shots, pills, had an icon pointed right into my spread legs. I had a long, pointed beads inside me and had my vagina smeared with cold, blue paint to check for abrasions. After a few hours of this, they let me shower. I stood there examining my body beneath the stream of water and decided, I don't want my body anymore. I was terrified of it. I didn't know what had been in it, if it had been contaminated, who had touched it. I wanted to take off my body like a jacket and leave it at the hospital with everything else. On that morning, all that I was told was that I had been found behind a dumpster, potentially penetrated by a stranger, and that I should get retested for HIV because results don't usually or don't always show up immediately. But for now, I should go home and get back to my normal life. Imagine stepping back into the world with only that information. They gave me huge hugs, and then I walked out of the hospital into the parking lot wearing the new sweatshirt and sweatpants they provided me, as they had only allowed me to keep my necklace and shoes.
My sister picked me up, face wet from tears and contorted in anguish. Instinctively and immediately, I wanted to take away her pain. I smiled at her. I told her to look at me. I'm right here. I'm okay. Everything's okay. I'm right here. My hair is washed and clean. They gave me the strangest shampoo. Calm down and look at me. Look at these funny new sweatpants and sweatshirt. I look like a PE teacher. Let's go home. Let's eat something. She did not know that beneath my sweats, I had scratches and bandages on my skin. My vagina was sore and had become a strange dark color from all the prodding. My underwear was missing, and I felt too empty to continue to speak. That I was also afraid, that I was also devastated. That day we drove home, and for hours, my sister held me. My boyfriend did not know what happened, but called me that day and said, I was really worried about you last night. You scared me. Did you make it home okay? I was horrified. That's when I learned I had called him that night in my blackout, left an incomprehensible voicemail, that we had also spoken on the phone, but I was slurring so heavily he was scared for me, that he repeatedly told me to go find my sister. Again, he asked me, what happened last night? Did you make it home okay? I said yes, and hung up to cry. I was not ready to tell my boyfriend or parents that actually I may have been raped behind a dumpster, but I don't know by who or when or how. If I told them, I would see the fear on their faces and mine would multiply by tenfold. So instead, I pretended the whole thing wasn't real. I tried to push it out of my mind, but it was so heavy I didn't talk, I didn't eat, I didn't sleep, I didn't interact with anyone. After work, I would drive to a secluded place to scream. I didn't talk, I didn't eat, I didn't sleep, I didn't interact with anyone, and I became isolated from the ones I loved most. For 1 week after the incident, I didn't get any calls or updates about that night or what happened to me. The only symbol that proved that it hadn't just been a bad dream was the sweatshirt from the hospital in my drawer.
One day, I was at work, scrolling through the news on my phone, and came across an article. In it, I read and learned for the first time about how I was found unconscious, with my hair disheveled, long necklace wrapped around my neck, bra pulled out of my dress pulled off my shoulders and pulled above my waist, that I was butt naked all the way down to my boots, legs spread apart, and had been penetrated by a foreign object by someone I did not recognize. This was how that I learned what happened to me, sitting at my desk, reading the news at work. I learned what happened to me at the same time everyone else in the world learned what happened to me. That's when the pine needles in my hair made sense. They didn't fall from a tree. He had taken off my underwear. His fingers had been inside of me. I don't even know this person. I still don't know this person. When I read about me like this, I said, this can't be me. This can't be me. I could not digest or accept any of this information. I could not imagine my family having to read about this online. I kept reading. In the next paragraph, I read something that I will never forgive. I read that according to him, I liked it. I liked it. Again, I do not have words for these feelings. At the bottom of the article, after I had learned about the graphic details of my own sexual assault, the article listed his swimming times. She was found breathing, unresponsive with her underwear 6 inches away from her bare stomach curled in the fetal position. By the way, he's really good at swimming. Throw in my mile time if that's what you're doing. I'm good at cooking. Put that in there. I think the end is where you list your extracurriculars to cancel out all the sickening things that have happened. The night the news came out, I sat down my parents and told them that I had been assaulted. To not look at the news because it's upsetting, just know that I'm okay. I'm right here. And I'm okay. But halfway through telling them, my mom had to hold me because I could no longer stand up. I was not okay.
The night after it happened, he said he didn't know my name. Said he wouldn't be able to identify my face in a lineup. Didn't mention any dialogue between us. No words. Only dancing and kissing. Dancing is a cute term. Was it snapping fingers and twirly dancing, or just bodies grinding up against each other in a crowded room? I wonder if kissing was just faces sloppily pressed up against each other. When the detective asked if he had planned on taking me back to his dorm, he said no. When the detective asked how we ended up being behind the dumpster, he said he didn't know. He admitted to kissing other girls at that party, one of whom was my own sister who pushed him away. He admitted to wanting to hook up with someone. I was the wounded antelope of the herd, completely alone and vulnerable, physically unable to fend for myself, and he chose me. Sometimes I think if I hadn't gone, then this never would have happened. But then I realized it would have happened, just to somebody else. You were about to enter 4 years of access to drunk girls and parties. And if this is the foot you started off on, then it is right you did not continue. The night after it happened, he said he thought I liked it because I rubbed his back. A back rub. Never mentioned me voicing consent. Never mentioned us speaking. A back rub. One more time, in public news, I learned that my ass and vagina were completely exposed outside. My breasts had been groped. Fingers had been jabbed inside me along with pine needles and debris. My bare skin and head had been rubbing against the ground behind a dumpster, while an erect freshman was humping my half-naked, unconscious body. But I don't remember, so how do I prove I didn't like it?
I thought, there's no way this is going to trial. There were witnesses, there was dirt in my body, he ran but was caught. He's going to settle, formally apologize, and we will both move on. Instead, I was told he hired a powerful attorney, expert witnesses, private investigators who were going to try and find details about my personal life to use against me, find loopholes in my story to invalidate me and my sister, in order to show that the sexual assault was in fact a misunderstanding, that he was going to go to any length to convince the world that he had simply been confused. I was not only told that I was assaulted, I was told that because I couldn't remember, I technically could not prove it was unwanted. And that distorted me, damaged me, almost broke me. It is the saddest type of confusion to be told I was assaulted and nearly raped, blatantly out in the open, but we don't know if it counts as assault yet. I had to fight for an entire year to make it clear that there was something wrong with the situation. When I was told to be prepared in case we didn't win, I said, I can't prepare for that. He was guilty the minute I woke up. No one can talk me out of the hurt he caused me. Worst of all, I was warned, because he now knows you don't remember, he is going to get to write the script. He can say whatever he wants, and no one can contest it. I had no power, I had no voice, I was defenseless. My memory loss would be used against me. My testimony was weak, was incomplete, and I was made to believe that perhaps I am not enough to win this. That's so damaging. His attorney constantly reminded the jury the only one we can believe is Brock because she doesn't remember. That helplessness was traumatizing.
Instead of taking time to heal, I was taking time to recall the night in excruciating detail in order to prepare for the attorney's questions that would be invasive, aggressive, and designed to steer me off course, to contradict myself, my sister, phrased in ways to manipulate my answers. Instead of his attorney saying, "Did you notice any abrasions?" he said, "You didn't notice any abrasions, right?" This was a game of strategy, as if I could be tricked out of my own worth. The sexual assault had been so clear, but instead, here I was at the trial answering questions like, "How old are you? How much do you weigh? What did you eat that day? Well, what did you have for dinner? Who made you dinner? Did you drink with dinner? No, not even water. When did you drink? How much did you drink? What container did you drink out of? Who gave you the drink? How much do you usually drink? Who dropped you off at the party? At what time? But where exactly? What were you wearing? Why were you going to this party? What did you do when you got there? Are you sure you did that? But what time did you do that? What does this text mean? Who were you texting? When did you urinate? Where did you urinate? With whom did you urinate outside? Was your phone on silent when your sister called? Do you remember silencing it? Really? Because on page 53, I'd like to point out that you said it was set to ring. Did you drink in college? You said you were a party animal. How many times did you black out? Do you party at frats? Are you serious with your boyfriend? Are you sexually active with him? When did you start dating? Would you ever cheat? Do you have a history of cheating? What do you mean when you said you wanted to reward him? Do you remember what time you woke up? Were you wearing your cardigan? What color was your cardigan? Do you remember any more from that night? No? Okay, we'll let Brock fill it in.
I was pummeled with narrowed, pointed questions that dissected my personal life. Love life, past life, family life, inane questions, accumulating trivial details to try to find an excuse for this guy who didn't even take the time to ask for my name, who had me naked a handful of minutes after seeing me. After a physical assault, I was assaulted with questions designed to attack me. To say, see, her facts don't line up. She's out of her mind. She's practically an alcoholic. She probably wanted to hook up. He's like an athlete, right? They were both drunk. Whatever. The hospital stuff she remembers is after the fact. Why take it into account? Brock has a lot at stake, so he's having a really hard time right now. And then it came time for him to testify. This is where I became re-victimized. I want to remind you, the night after it happened, he said he never planned to take me back to his dorm. He said he didn't know why we were behind the dumpster. He got up to leave because he wasn't feeling well, and then he was suddenly chased and attacked. Then he learned I could not remember. So 1 year later, as predicted, a new dialogue emerged. Brock had a strange new story. Almost sounded like a poorly written young adult novel with kissing and dancing and hand-holding and lovingly tumbling onto the ground. And most importantly in this new story, there was suddenly consent. 1 year after the incident, he remembered, oh yeah, by the way, she actually said yes to everything. So, he said he asked me if I wanted to dance. Apparently, I said yes. He'd asked if I wanted to go to his dorm. I said yes. He then asked if he could finger me, and I said yes. Most guys don't ask, can I finger you? Usually, there's a natural progression of things, unfolding consensually, not a Q&A. But apparently, I granted a full permission. He's in the clear.
Even in this story, there's barely any dialogue. I only said a total of 3 words before he had me half naked on the ground. I have never been penetrated after just 3 words. He didn't claim to hear me speak one full sentence that night. So in the news, when it says, "we met," I'm not sure I would go so far as to say that. For future reference, if you are confused about whether a girl can consent, see if she can speak an entire sentence. You couldn't even do that. Just one coherent string of words. If she can't do that, then no. Don't touch her, just no. Not maybe, just no. Where was the confusion? This is common sense, human decency. According to him, the only reason we were on the ground was because I fell down. Note, if a girl falls, help her get back up. If she is too drunk to even walk and falls, do not mount her, hump her, take off her underwear and insert your hand inside her vagina. If a girl falls, help her up. If she is wearing a cardigan over her dress, don't take it off so that you can touch her breasts. Maybe she is cold. Maybe that's why she wore the cardigan. If her bare ass and legs are rubbing the pine cones and needles while the weight of you pushes into her, get off her. Next in the story, 2 people approached you. You ran because you said you felt scared. I argue that you were scared because you'd be caught, not because you were scared of 2 terrifying Swedish grad students. The idea that you thought you were being attacked out of the blue was ludicrous. That it had nothing to do with you being on top of my unconscious body. You were caught red-handed with no explanation. When they tackled you, why didn't you say, "Stop, everything's okay"? Go ask her. She's right over there. She'll tell you. I mean, you had just asked for my consent, right? I was awake, right? When the policeman arrived and interviewed the evil Swede who tackled you, he was crying so hard he couldn't speak because of what he had just seen. Also, if you really did think they were dangerous, you just abandoned a half-naked girl to run and save yourself. So no matter which way you frame it, it doesn't make sense.
Your attorney has repeatedly pointed out, well, we don't know exactly when she became unconscious. And you're right. Maybe I was still fluttering my eyes and wasn't completely limp yet. Fine. His guilt did not depend on him knowing the exact second I became unconscious. That is never what this was about. I was slurring, too drunk to consent, way before I was on the ground. I should never have been touched in the first place. Brock stated, "At no time did I see that she was not responding. If at any time I thought she was not responding, I would have stopped." Here's the thing. If your plan was to stop only when I was literally unresponsive, then you still do not understand. You didn't even stop when I was unconscious anyway. Someone else stopped you. 2 guys on bikes noticed I wasn't moving in the dark and had to tackle you. How did you not notice while on top of me? You said you would have stopped and gotten help. You say that, but I want you to explain how you would have helped me step by step. Walk me through this. I want to know if those evil Swedes had not found me, how the night would have played out. I'm asking you, would you have pulled my underwear back on over my boots? Untangled the necklace wrapped around my neck? Crossed my legs, covered me, tucked my bra back into my dress? Would you have helped me pick the pine needles from my hair? Asked me if the abrasions on my neck and bottom hurt? Would you then go find a friend and say, "Will you help me get her somewhere warm and soft?" I don't sleep when I think about the way it could have gone if the Swedes had never come. What would have happened to me? That's what you'll never have a good answer to. That's what you can't explain, even after a year. To sit under oath and inform all of us that yes, I wanted it, yes, I permitted it, and that you are the true victim attacked by guys for reasons unknown to you is sick, is demented, is selfish, is stupid. It shows that you are willing to go to any length to discredit me, invalidate me, and explain why it was okay to hurt me. You tried unyieldingly to save yourself and your reputation at my expense.
My family had to see pictures of my head strapped to a gurney, full of pine needles, of my body in the dirt with my eyes closed, dress hiked up, limbs limb in the dark. And even then, after that, my family had to listen to your attorney say, the pictures were after the fact, and we can dismiss them. To say, yes, her nurse confirmed there was redness and abrasions inside her, but that's what happens when you finger someone. And he's already admitted to that. To listen to him use my own sister against me, to listen to him attempt to paint a picture of me, the seductive party animal, as if somehow that would make it so that I had this coming for me. To listen to him say I sounded drunk on the phone because I'm silly, and that's my goofy way of speaking. To point out that in the voicemail I said I would reward my boyfriend, and we all know what I was thinking. I assure you, my rewards program is non-transferable, especially to any nameless man that approaches me. The point is, this is everything my family and I endured during the trial. This is everything I had to sit through silently, taking it, while he shaped the evening. It is enough to be suffering. It is another thing to have someone ruthlessly working to diminish the gravity and validity of the suffering. But in the end, his unsupported statements and his attorney's twisted logic fooled no one. The truth won. The truth spoke for itself. You are guilty. 12 jurors convicted you guilty of 3 felony counts beyond reasonable doubt. That's 12 votes per count. 36 yeses confirming guilt. That's 100% unanimous guilt. And I thought, finally, it is over. Finally, he will own up to what he did. Truly apologize. We will both move on and get better. Then I read your statement.
If you are hoping that one of my organs will implode from anger and I will die, I'm almost there. You are very close. Assault is not an accident. This is not a story of another drunk college hookup with poor decision-making. Somehow you still don't get it. Somehow you still sound confused. I will now take this opportunity to read portions of the defendant's statement and respond to them. You said, being drunk, I just couldn't make the best decisions, and neither could she. Alcohol is not an excuse. Is it a factor? Yes. But alcohol was not the one who stripped me, fingered me, and had my head dragging against the ground with me almost fully naked. Having too much to drink was an amateur mistake that I admit to, but it is not criminal. Everyone in this room has had a night where they have regretted drinking too much, or knows someone close to them who has had a night where they have regretted drinking too much. Regretting drinking is not the same as regretting sexual assault. We were both drunk. The difference is I did not take off your pants and underwear, touch you inappropriately, and run away. That's the difference. You said if I wanted to get to know her, I should have asked her for her number rather than asking her to go back to my room. I'm not mad because you didn't ask for my number. Even if you did know me, I would not want to be in this situation. My own boyfriend knows me, but if he asked to finger me behind a dumpster, I would slap him. No girl wants to be in this situation. Nobody. I don't care if you know their phone number or not.
You said, I stupidly thought it was okay to do what everyone around me was doing, which was drinking. I was wrong. Again, you were not wrong for drinking. Everyone around you was not sexually assaulting me. You were wrong for doing what nobody else was doing, which was pushing against my naked, defenseless body concealed in a dark area, where partygoers could no longer see or protect me, and my own sister could not find me. Sipping Fireball is not your crime. Peeling off and discarding my underwear like a candy wrapper is where you went wrong. Why am I still explaining this? You said during the trial that I didn't want to victimize her at all.
That was just my attorney and his way of approaching the case. Your attorney is not your scapegoat. He represents you. Did your attorney say some incredulously infuriating, degrading things? Absolutely. He said you had an erection because it was cold. I have no words. You said you are in the process of establishing a program for high school and college students in which you speak out about your experience to speak out against college campus drinking culture and the promiscuity that goes along with it. Speaking out against campus drinking culture. That's what you're speaking out against? You think that's what I spent the past year fighting for? Not awareness about campus sexual assault or rape or learning to recognize consent. Campus drinking culture. Down with Jack Daniels, down with Sky Vodka. If you want to talk to high school students about their drinking problem, go to an AA meeting. You realize having a drinking problem is different than drinking and forcefully trying to have sex with someone. Show men how to respect women, not how to drink less.
Drinking culture and sexual promiscuity that goes along with that. Goes along with that like a side effect, like fries on the side of your order. Where does promiscuity even come into play? I don't see headlines that read, Brock Turner, guilty of drinking too much and sexual promiscuity that goes along with that. Campus sexual assault. There's your first PowerPoint slide. I have done enough explaining. You do not get to shrug your shoulders and be confused anymore. You do not get to pretend that there were no red flags. You do not get to not know why you ran. You have been convicted of violating me with malicious intent, and all you can admit to is consuming alcohol. Do not talk about the sad way your life was upturned because alcohol made you do bad things. Figure out how to take responsibility for your own conduct. Lastly, you said, I want to show people that one night of drinking can ruin a life. Ruin a life, one life, yours? You forgot about mine. Let me rephrase for you. I want to show people that one night of drinking can ruin two lives, you and me. You are the cause, I am the effect. You have dragged me through this hell with you, dipped me back into that night again and again. You knocked down both our towers. I collapsed at the same time you did. Your damage was concrete, stripped of tiles, degrees, enrollment. My damage was internal, unseen. I carry it with me. You took away my worth, my privacy, my energy, my time, my safety, my intimacy, my confidence, my own voice, until today.
See, one thing we have in common is that we were both unable to get up in the morning. I am no stranger to suffering. You made me a victim. In newspapers, my name was Unconscious, Intoxicated Woman. 10 syllables and nothing more than that. For a while, I believed that that was all that I was. I had to force myself to relearn my real name, my identity, to relearn that this is not all that I am not just a drunk victim at a frat party found behind a dumpster, while you are the all-American swimmer at a top university, innocent until proven guilty, with so much at stake. I am a human being who has been irreversibly hurt, who waited a year to figure out if I was worth something. My independence, natural joy, gentleness, and steady lifestyle I had been enjoying became distorted beyond recognition. I became closed off, angry, self-deprecating, tired, irritable, empty. The isolation at times was unbearable. You cannot give me back the life I had before that night either. While you worry about your shattered reputation, I refrigerated spoons every night. So when I woke up and my eyes were puffy from crying, I would hold the spoons to my eyes to lessen the swelling so that I could see. I showed up an hour late to work every morning. excused myself to cry in the stairwells. I can tell you all the best places in that building to cry, where no one can hear you. The pain became so bad that I had to tell my boss I was leaving. I needed time because continuing day to day was not possible. I used my savings to go as far away as I could possibly be.
I can't sleep alone at night without having a light on, like a 5-year-old, because I have nightmares of being touched where I cannot wake up. I did this thing where I waited until the sun came up and I felt safe enough to sleep. For 3 months, I went to bed at 6 o'clock in the morning. I used to pride myself on my independence. Now I'm afraid to go on walks in the evening, to attend social events with drinking among my friends, where I should be comfortable being. I have become a little barnacle, always needing to be at someone's side, to have my boyfriend standing next to me, sleeping beside me, protecting me. It is embarrassing how feeble I feel, how timidly I move through life, always guarded, ready to defend myself, ready to be angry. You have no idea how hard I have worked to rebuild parts of me that are still weak. It took me 8 months to even talk about what happened. I could no longer connect with friends, with everyone around me. I would scream at my boyfriend, my own family, whenever they brought this up. You never let me forget what happened to me. At the end of the hearing, the trial, I was too tired to speak. I would leave drained, silent. I would go home, turn off my phone, and for days I would not speak. You bought me a ticket to a planet where I lived by myself. Every time a new article came out, I lived with the paranoia that my entire hometown would find out and know me as the girl who got assaulted. I didn't want anyone's pity, and I'm still learning to accept victim as part of my identity. You made my own hometown an uncomfortable place to be.
Someday you can pay me back for my ambulance ride and therapy, but you cannot give me back my sleepless nights. The way I've broken down, sobbing uncontrollably, if I'm watching a movie and a woman is harmed, to say it lightly, this experience has expanded my empathy for other victims. I have lost weight from stress. When people would comment, I told them I've been running a lot lately. There are times I do not want to be touched. I have to relearn that I'm not fragile. I am capable. I am wholesome, not just livid and weak. I want to say this. All the crying, the hurting you have imposed on me, I can take it. But when I see my younger sister hurting, when she is unable to keep up with school, when she is deprived of joy, when she is not sleeping, when she is crying so hard on the phone she is barely breathing, telling me over and over she is sorry for leaving me alone that night. Sorry, I'm sorry. When she feels more guilt than you, then I do not forgive you. That night I had called her to try to find her, but you found me first. Your attorney's closing statement began, "My sister said she was fine, and who knows her better than her sister? You tried to use my own sister against me?" Your points of attack were so weak, so low, it was almost embarrassing. You do not touch her. If you think I was spared, came out unscathed, and today I ride off into the sunset while you suffer the greatest blow, you are mistaken. Nobody wins. We all have been devastated. We all have been trying to find some meaning in all of this suffering.
You should have never done this to me. Secondly, you should have never made me fight so long to tell you. You should have never done this to me. But here we are. Damage is done. No one can undo it. And now we both have a choice. We can let this destroy us. I could remain angry and hurt, and you could be in denial, or we can face it head on. I accept the pain, you accept the punishment, and we move on. Your life is not over.
You have decades of years ahead to rewrite your story. The world is huge. It is so much bigger than Palo Alto and Stanford, and you will make a space for yourself in it where you can be useful and happy. Write your name is tainted, so I challenge to make a new name for yourself. To do something so good for the world, it blows everyone away. You have a brain and a voice and a heart. Use them wisely. You possess immense love from your family. That alone can pull you out of anything. Mine has held me through all of this. Yours will hold you, and you will go on. I believe that one day I will understand all of this better. I hope you will become a better, more honest person who can properly use this story to prevent another story like this from ever happening again. I fully support your journey to healing, to rebuilding your life, because that is the only way you'll begin to help others. Now to address the sentencing. When I read the probation officer's report, I was in disbelief, consumed by anger, which eventually quieted down the profound sadness. My statements have been slimmed down to distortion and taken out of context. I fought hard during this trial and will not have the outcome minimized by a probation officer who attempted to evaluate my current state and wishes in 15 minutes conversation, the majority of which was spent answering questions I had about the legal system. The context is also important. Brock had yet to issue a statement. I had not read his remarks.
My life has been on hold for over a year of anger, anguish, and uncertainty, until a jury of my peers rendered a judgment that validated the injustices I had endured. Had Brock admitted guilt and remorse and offered to settle early on, I would have considered a lighter sentence, respecting his honesty, grateful to be able to move our lives forward. Instead, he took the risk of going to trial, added insult to injury, and forced me to relive the hurt as details about my personal life and sexual assault were brutally dissected before the public. He pushed me and my family through a year of inexplicable, unnecessary suffering and should face the consequences of challenging his crime, of putting my pain into question, and of making us wait so long for justice. I told the probation officer I do not want Brock to rot away in prison. I did not say he does not deserve to be behind bars. The probation officer's recommendation of a year or less in county jail is a soft timeout, a mockery of the seriousness of his assaults, and the consequences of the pain I have been forced to endure. I also told the probation officer that what I truly wanted was for Brock to get it, to understand and admit to his wrongdoing. Unfortunately, after the reading the defendant's statement, I am severely disappointed and feel that he has failed to exhibit sincere remorse or responsibility for his conduct. I fully respected his right to a trial, but even after 12 jurors unanimously convicted him guilty of 3 felonies, all he's admitted to doing is ingesting alcohol. Someone who cannot take full accountability for his actions does not deserve a mitigating sentence. It is deeply offensive that he would try and dilute rape with the suggestion of promiscuity. By definition, rape is the absence of promiscuity. Rape is the absence of consent, and it perturbs me deeply that he can't even see the distinction.
The probation officer factored in that the defendant is youthful and has no prior convictions. In my opinion, he is old enough to know that what he did is wrong. When you are 18 in this country, you can go to war. When you are 19, you are old enough to pay the consequences for attempting to rape someone. He is young, but he is also old enough to know better. As this is a first offense, I can see where leniency would beckon. On the other hand, as a society, we cannot forgive everyone's first sexual assaults or digital rape. It doesn't make sense. The seriousness of rape has to be communicated clearly. We should not create a culture that suggests that we learn that rape is wrong through trial and error. The consequences of sexual assault needs to be severe enough that people feel
enough fear to exercise good judgment, and even if they are drunk, severe enough to be preventative. The fact that Brock was a star athlete at a prestigious university should not be seen as an entitlement to leniency, but as an opportunity to send a strong cultural message that sexual assault is against the law, regardless of social class. The probation officer weighed in the fact that he surrendered a hard-earned swimming scholarship. If I had been sexually assaulted by an unathletic guy from a community college, what would his sentence be? If a first-time offender from an unprivileged background was accused of 3 felonies and displayed no accountability for his actions other than drinking, what would his sentence be? How fast he swims does not lessen the impact of what he did to me.
The probation officer has stated that this case, when compared to other crimes of similar nature, may be considered less serious due to the defendant's level of intoxication. It felt serious. That's all I'm going to say. He is a lifetime sex registrant. That doesn't expire. Just like what you did to me doesn't expire. Doesn't just go away after a set number of years. It stays with me. It's part of my identity. It has forever changed the way I carry myself, the way I will live the rest of my life. A year has gone by and he has had lots of time on his hands. Has he seen a psychologist? What has he done in this past year to show he's been progressing? If he says he wants to implement programs, what has he done to show for it? Throughout incarceration, I hope he is provided with appropriate therapy and resources to rebuild his life. I request that he educates himself about this issue of campus sexual assault. I hope he accepts proper punishment and pushes himself to re-enter society as a better person. To conclude, I want to say thank you to everyone from the intern who made me oatmeal when I woke up at the hospital that morning, to the deputy who waited beside me, to the nurses who calmed me, to the detectives who listened to me and never judged me, to my advocates who stood unwaveringly beside me, to my therapist who taught me to find courage and vulnerability, to my boss for being kind and understanding, to my incredible parents who teach me how to turn pain into strength, to my friends who remind me how to be happy, to my boyfriend who is loving and patient, to my unconquerable sister who is the other half of my heart, to Alala, my idol, who fought tirelessly and never doubted me. Thank you to everyone involved in the trial for their time and attention. Thank you to the girls across the nation who wrote cards to my DA to give to me, so many strangers who cared for me.
Most importantly, thank you to the 2 men who saved me, who I have yet to meet. I sleep with 2 bicycles that I drew taped above my bed to remind myself there are heroes in this story, that we are looking out for one another. To have known all of these people, to have felt their protection and love, is something I will never forget. And finally, to girls everywhere, I am with you. On nights when you feel alone, I am with you. When people doubt you or dismiss you, I am with you. I fought every day for you, so never stop fighting. I believe you. Lighthouses don't go running all over an island looking for boats to save. They just stand there shining. Although I can't save every boat, I hope that by speaking today, you absorbed a small amount of light, a small knowing that by speaking today, you absorbed a small amount of light, a small knowing that you can't be silenced, a small satisfaction that justice was served, a small assurance that we are getting somewhere, and a big, big knowing that you are important. Unquestionably, you are untouchable, you are beautiful, you are to be valued, respected. Undeniably, every minute of every day, you are powerful, and nobody can take that away from you. To girls everywhere, I am with you. Thank you. Patty Giggins from Peace Over Violence, and as you know, Peace Over Violence has organized Denim Days in LA for 17 years, and we have been working on this issue for over 45 years. And I think we are at an important moment, and I really want to appreciate Ms. Martinez for hosting this reading of this amazing statement, this voice from a rape survivor. In courts, as you know, every victim has an opportunity to address the court with an impact statement, but we don't hear them. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Her words were actually snuck out of the court and put on BuzzFeed, and then have spread not only all over the country but all over the world. And so we have this moment now to really take in what this experience of sexual violence is. Now, it's interesting because she read her words after he had been convicted, after Brock Turner was convicted of 3 felonies, and before the judge gave out the final sentence. Now, he could have gotten 6 years. Probation officer had recommended 1 year in jail. He could have gotten 6 years in prison. But what the judge gave him was 6 months. And that has caught the imagination of the public for the first time in a long time. You know, it's very rare to get convicted in a rape case. Only 2% of rapists actually get convicted. So we have a serious situation in our country, in our culture. This rape culture has to be dismantled. And I think that I'm hoping that these readings will continue, that we will not soon forget the words of Emily Doe. But I want to thank you all for bearing witness to this experience and for hosting this here today. Thanks, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, ladies. I want to give you another big round of applause. Thank you so much for taking part of today's reading. You know, Mr. President, last night I reread the letter. It must have been about 1 o'clock in the morning last night. I couldn't sleep. And I thought to myself, I should probably reread the letter for tomorrow's presentation. And it took me over an hour to read the letter. You don't have to be a parent to understand what those poor parents must have felt when she told them what had happened. And that's the image that I just cannot erase from my mind. I think we all try to do as much as we can to protect our children, but we need to do more, gentlemen, in terms of what we teach our kids and what consent means, what that really means, what it means to have a healthy relationship, what that means to have someone respect you and respect your body. And that, gentlemen, we have a long way to go. We have a long way to go about the conversation of when we send our kids away, what it means to be touched in inappropriate areas. We have a very long way to teach our men what it means to respect women. We have a lot of work to do. I want to thank you, Mr. President, for your patience and for your time. I know we have a very lengthy agenda today. Colleagues, thank you so much for letting our voices give power to the victims of sexual assault. And let's continue to do everything we can to stiffen the penalties against these predators and making sure that we continue to stand up for victims like Emily Doe, and that we never forget that as adults, we must model for our kids and do everything humanly possible to protect them. Thank you very much.
Miss Martinez, every now and then in these chambers there are moments when you can hear a pin drop, and that was one of those rare moments. I don't even think any of us know what to say, but thank you for moving all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all again. Thank you all again.
Thank you very much.
Item 2 called Special for Cards. Could have Doug Haynes, or followed by Daniel Wright. Read it, record first. Read the item. If we could first read the item into the record, item 2.
Item 2 is a communication from the city attorney as well as ordinance first consideration relative to a draft ordinance repealing ordinance number 184271.
Great, thank you. We'll start with Mr. Haynes, followed by Daniel Wright. Mr. Haynes.
Hi, I don't see Councilman O'Farrell here. My name is Doug Haynes. I'm with the La Mirada Avenue Neighborhood Association. Regarding this, there were statements made at the last hearing on this matter last Friday. First off, that Target will be providing child care facility. They are not. I want to read from their appeal. Target is a retail operator, not a child care provider. Demanding that it change its business to become a provider is irrational and onerous. Also, that the condition is excessive, impractical, illegal, erroneous, and an abuse of discretion. Target is not providing a child care facility ordinance for its 250 employees if they go forward. Also, there was a comment by Councilman O'Farrell last week that the community supports this. The community has come out repeatedly over the years in opposition to it. I'll read from his own member of a design review committee. The project that is currently designed is a blatant disregard of SNAP. Mr. Garcetti's design review committee, to say it politely, was less than supportive of the project in its current form. The Hollywood Studios Neighborhood Council asked for underground parking, which has been refused with a determined and accurate response and a great deal of arrogance. If allowed, the project will be similar to the scandalous Mid-City Crossing development in terms of wrecking the scale and view corridors that are an integral element to the sense of place to residents of Hollywood. Also, there was a comment that there would be people from Covenant House who would have an opportunity to work here. I want to point out that the 10 minimum wage part-time jobs that may go to Covenant House members would certainly, out of the 250 employees proposed for this, not in any way compensate for the good union jobs that were taken away, over 100 union jobs that were on the site formerly with the Farm Fresh Market, the grocery store there. Also, the grocery component of this project threatens the good union jobs at Food for Less, Ralph's, and the John's Market right across the street and up the street. This is a bad project. It is not good for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes. Next, we have Daniel Wright. And following Mr. Wright will be Bill Zide. Mr. Zide, can you get ready?
Daniel Wright of the Silverstein Law Firm on behalf of La Mirada Avenue Neighborhood Association of Hollywood. La Mirada and other organizations representing East Hollywood community are on record demanding that the city and Target obey the law instead of flaunting it. The community supports this item to revoke all project approvals of the unlawful, half-constructed, grossly overhyped Target at Sunset Western project. The community strongly opposes Council's ongoing effort to literally rewrite its zoning laws to conform to a building complex that former City Council member Eric Garcetti proposed, knowing that it violated the community's carefully crafted specific plan. But apparently in Los Angeles, we are a government of men and not of laws. For it is only with this backwards principle the Council would, without comment, repeal all Target project approvals and approve a rewrite of the law to bend to Target Corporation's desires. The record here contains compelling evidence that this rewrite of the zoning law creates a new sub-area that sets the stage for other projects like Target without disclosing or analyzing the potential impacts. At times, the city planning staff denied this, but the rewrite includes provisions that do not apply to the Target project. Thus, the new sub-area has not been analyzed for anything beyond the Target project because the original EIR that the city is reusing contains not a single word about the amendment of SNAP. Thus, the use of an addendum to the old EIR is a deliberate choice to avoid public review, and that violates state law. This is really a new project, and that mandates a new review process. Failing to do so violates the law. In the alternative, let's assume that city planning's claim that this amended law only applies to Target. That's an admission of unlawful spot zoning. The community supports the repeal. The community objects to the rewrite of the law for a project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Next, we'll have Mr. Bill Zide, followed by Edward Villarreal.
Good morning. My name is Bill Zide. I'm the former chair of the Hollywood Studio District Neighborhood Council until 2 months ago. For 7 years, Target has sought to build a store in Hollywood, and at the beginning, they properly presented their plans to stakeholders in the community. Yet since then, Target has decided over and over again to ignore the concerns raised by people living and working in the area. Target chose to build a structure in clear violation of the law, knowing it could lead to litigation and a cessation of construction. This is exactly what happened and occurred when an independent judge ruled Target violated the law. As a result, a half-finished structure stands at the corner of Sunset and Western. There can be little doubt that if Target has lost far more millions of dollars in ignoring the law than if they followed it. But rather than seek a reasonable compromise with the litigants in the community, Target and the city have seemed to choose not to conform the development to the proper zoning code, but instead to try to change SNAP itself with a spot zoning change. Any amendment to SNAP would inevitably set a precedent that has real risk of not being the exception but becoming the rule. Moreover, showing such explicit favor for large, deep-pocketed developers could lead to implications that zoning law is malleable and not real, and that corruption is perhaps part of the system. So, since the process started 7 years ago, the Hollywood Studio District Neighborhood Council, under 4 different chairs, never changed their support of having Target in Hollywood, merely asking that it be consistent and follow the law and the community's concerns. So I would ask that this be the issue at hand, and I sincerely hope that Target will make every effort to work with the court and correct the outstanding problems and issues. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Edward Villarreal Hunt.
I'm Ed Hunt, and I'm a 36-year resident of Hollywood at 4928 West Melrose Hill. I was chair of the Hollywood Studio District Neighborhood Council Plum Committee for 6 years, including our review and disapproval of this project because of about a dozen violations of city plans and ordinances, mainly using above-ground parking to artificially grossly exceed the 35-foot height limit. The Target team was very candid on several occasions in telling us that they approached the city with a compliant project and were directed to ignore the rules, especially the height limitation, if they wanted city support. And you know the history from there on better than I do. I understand since then the city has changed the rules to fit the project, and I assume the project will be approved. My concern is that we, as a 4,600 resident, nearby 120-year-old dense neighborhood, we are seeing the city emphasis on these large projects with multiple variances and a little attempt to protect our neighborhoods. I can't run down all the examples. I'd just like to say that we wish Target had followed the rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Now, next we have Mr. Herman, claims to be a representative of the ACLU.
Dark night, sir, for the record. You heard the public's outpour. No, you heard outcry. Outcry over and over. Over and over outcry regarding density issues, encroaching and crouching into our neighborhoods. But you sit there, Mr. Bloomfield. Pay attention to the constituents, the stakeholders, the Angelinos that Eric Garcetti forgets about. You, Eric Garcetti, have opened the doors to the monster. 1 minute only. I don't need to jerk off my time to you, jerk ass.
Thank you. That concludes all the public comment cards. If we could open the roll. That was all the public comment cards I have. Please do not disrupt the meeting. We could open the roll. We have no other. We have no additional cards on this item. This is not public comment. This is on this item. There are no additional comments on this item. We will open the roll. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Okay, the ayes have it. We'll move to item number 3. Please read item number 3 into the record. It's called special by Mr. Wiesar.
Mr. Ambrose here? Oh, yes. Thank you. Just step up, please. Colleagues, I wanted to, we have a number of commission appointments that come through the Plum Committee. We have a number of area planning commissions, as you know, and the city-wide planning commission. I wanted to bring to our attention one of those going through today. It's a reappointment of Mr. Ambrose to the City Planning Commission, and I want to thank him first and foremost for committing your time, energy. This is a commission that's done a lot within the last few years, couple of years, taking on some very tough issues, but I think we are moving the city in a direction that we have better land use policies, better planning policies. I want to thank you and your commission for doing that. And also just to acknowledge that the council's here willing and able to work with you as we move forward, and we appreciate your service. And just wanted to see if any there are any questions or comments for our commissioner. If not, we could move on and reappoint this gentleman so he could continue doing his great work on the Citywide Planning Commission. Thank you very much, Madam President.
We have one speaker, Mr. Rue.
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman Martinez. And actually, it's not a question. I just wanted to really thank the Commissioner for all your hard work and all your service to the Planning Commission. It's not an easy job. And you're also a constituent of Council District 4. So actually, you're my boss. But I also want to just say that, you know, it's not just in the planning commission that he works on. It's all the extracurricular activities that he does. I mean, if you know his life story, it is an amazing life story of accomplishment, of struggle. And I just recently was reacquainted to that story when he received an award at KidSave, which is a foster care agency that serves foster care children, and he got a Champion for Change award. So I encourage my colleagues, if you don't know Mr. David Ambrose personally, get to know him and you will be inspired. Thank you.
That concludes speakers on the queue. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Next item, item 49. Mr. Alcala, can you please take a seat, sir? Item 49 was called special for cards. Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org or J. Walsh Confidential, tweeting at Hollywood Dems. This concerns Dr. Gaspar Rivera Salgado and his reappointment to the Human Relations Commission. Again, we did a study. We only study on one issue, and that's possession of child porn. Because one of the people that got up here, and I spoke against a couple of years ago, is now in penitentiary for child porn. You were warned, you did nothing, and now he's in prison. I'm happy to say that Dr. Gaspar Rivera Salgado has absolutely no connection to child porn. HollywoodHighlands.org.
That concludes cards on this item. Madam Clerk, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Let's move on to item 54. Also call special for cards, Mr. Walsh. Item 54, sir.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org and tweeting at Hollywood Dems. This again is the rent escrow account program when you do a good job, and I haven't had practically no complaints since I moved here in 1976 concerning rent issues. You do a good job. You make sure the apartment, when we complain, you make sure the apartment is painted when it's supposed to be painted. So, you know, if you do a good job, I'm the first to congratulate you. I'm not one of the guys that got up and saying you're wrong, a bunch of crooks, and everything you do is wrong. That's not me. You know who that is. HollywoodHighlands.org. You have done a good job for renters' rights in the past half century.
That concludes cards on this item. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Next item, item 51. Called special for cards by Ms. Ramirez. Item 51, are you here, Ms. Ramirez? Item 51, ma'am.
Again, thank you very much. I was denied to speak on 49. Again, every time I'm denied the right to speak, they get rid of my cards. As many do oppose the reappointment of Ms. Courtney Morgan Green to the Human Relations Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, the truth is that the Human Relations Commission is a bogus front and or corrupted predatory legal shield that aids and abets those violent, menacing, gang-stalking predators, i.e. black thugs, racist hate-mongering wetbacks and gangbangers, violent pigs and pussies, as well as gays and lesbians, and a few Asian stalkers as well. These bogus, malicious, and deceptive entity incites the aforementioned groups, races, and ethnic groups to violate, abuse, steal, assault, and gang stalk, and attack legal law-abiding citizens if we don't subscribe to their ideology, like mob lynchings, brawling, destruction of property, terrorism, hate crimes, and again, to stand up and fight and destroy people's property is not my way of thinking, and I don't condone that, and I do not participate in any of that. And that is why many of these mob lynchers and brawlers who are backed up by the Human Relations Commissions are protected, and then they violate us. Therefore, I ask you to shut down this entity forever. They do not help hate crimes. They do not help racism and discrimination. They do not stop the destruction of property. Just go out there and look. We have more problems with crimes and racism, discrimination and abuse and gang stalking than we ever did before, thanks to the Human Relations Commission. They're not doing their job, and they're getting paid and funding so much money. Help the people who are victims, not these black thugs and pimps, not these goddamn wetbacks and gangbangers, and not these goddamn lesbos who are bullies. Stop the goddamn bullying. Stop the predatory viciousness that we get stalked out there on the streets as homeless people by these goddamn...
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. Your time is up. Thank you very much. That concludes cards on this item. Madam Clerk, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, let's move on to item 53.
Item 53 has cards, Madam President.
Mr. Walsh, item 53.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, or J. Walsh Confidential, tweeting at Hollywood Dems. This concerns the airport police, a charter member. There is no worse airport police in America than LAX. And you can ask Charlie Beck. In fact, it was on the ballot about 10 years ago to get rid of the airport police and have the LAPD take over. That's what we should have. But I'm going to tell you, the airport police, they have dirt on every single one of you. They tap your phones and everything. And ask Charlie Beck. There's no way you can get rid of the airport police. And remember, a federal employee was shot dead in front of the airport police 3 or 4 years ago. And all you did was kiss the airport police's ass. This agenda item just builds up their pension. Everybody who knows anything, ask the FBI, ask anyone. We have the worst airport police in America. That's why the LAPD has to send people there. We have a full complement of LAPD officers at the airport. They do the work. The airport police sit around, hang out there with their finger up their ass. And the LA Times doesn't do a story about it. No one does a story about how bad the airport police. I'm not anti-police. I'm speaking for Charlie Beck. Let's put it back on the agenda. Let the airport police disappear, and now instead, let's have LAPD run things. Get rid of them.
Next speaker is Karina Lee.
Honorable members of City Council, my name is Karina Lee. I've been a member of the Los Angeles Police Department for 24 years and a director with the Los Angeles Police Protective League for 10. We submitted a letter with our concerns regarding the city's failure to meet and confer with the Protective League over the potential impacts of the Fire and Police Pension Plan and its beneficiaries of the proposed charter amendment. I apologize for late notice, but that is in fact our point. This entire ballot measure is being rushed to the ballot without the benefit of the typical thorough analysis that is given to something as important as this modifying of our pension plan. Because the city has refused to meet and confer with us, the following issues are going unaddressed. There's been no true actuarial analysis of the cost of the expanding fire and police pension of the new classification of employees. The city staff cannot accurately tell you what the long-term costs are to the city. We know based on the analysis that's been done that the city's normal cost will increase for the new employees to 17.75%, and the current employees will increase to nearly 14%. However, there has been no discussion on what the impacts will be to the city in the long term. As the charter is currently amended, we ask that the unfunded liability is paid out of the general fund for any cause or errors that are based on this actuarial analysis. Given that the city staff has shown no interest in discussing this matter with us in a meaningful way, we ask that you consider the following amendment changes safeguarding the city services and the taxpayer dollars. That the ballot measure be amended to state explicitly that any unfunded liability based on the inclusion of the Los Angeles Airport Police be paid by the Los Angeles World Airports. This particular recommendation protects essential city functions and taxpayer dollars. However, there are other issues that need to be addressed and vetted out that could have unintended consequences to the taxpayer, the city, the members of LAFPP, and the taxability of the pension fund. The League has always been a partner with the city to ensure long-term viability to the city, to the members, and to the pension funds.
Thank you, ma'am. That concludes cards on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Item passes. The next item is item 55.
Madam President, item 55 had cars.
Mr. Walsh, item 55.
John Walsh, you
Mr.
just
Walsh,
slapped
hold this time. Before you start, you have 1 minute left.
Right. You just pissed all over the LAPD. Did you see them do it? They pissed all over them.
That concludes cards on item 55. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Item 56.
Madam President, item 56 has cards also.
Mr. Walsh, you're out of time. Let's open the row, close the row, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Next item, item 58.
Item 58 has cards.
Armando Herman, item 58. There's none.
Gotta make room for people that are disabled in this damn place. The issue on CD7 regards quick curb installation projects. ADA violations by all of you are guilty of it. Non-discriminations towards any person with a disability like myself, you son of a bitches. Wilkes versus Los Angeles, Barton versus Sacramento, O'Connor versus, that's right, Herman. Herman's got issues with disabilities, and I want them addressed. When it comes to any recommendation, subject of approval for the mayor, do the job, Eric Garcetti. I'm not upset. I'm not yelling. That's how I vent. I have a right as an American and as a monster. One monster arguing on behalf of all of you. Because I represent 1% of bullshit from all of you. 1 minute, and please answer to Mr. Wanakala's card.
That concludes cards on this item. Madam Clerk, open the row, close the row, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, let's move on to item 57.
Madam President, item 57 has cards.
Antonio Ramirez. Item 57.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Martinez. I appreciate that. Thank you. I believe in you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Jose Huizar and Mrs. Nori Martinez, they are trying to lease an amendment with Little Tokyo Service Center Community Development Corporation for a city-owned property located at 237 and 249 South Los Angeles Street. I admonish you, Little Tokyo is no longer safe. It is Latino, Chango, gang-infested, and you also have your black pimps on every corner on Central and First Street, all throughout Little Tokyo, because most of them come in from Skid Row, and the Latinos come in from the East LA. So when you walk all around the area, you will see that there's so much there's a lot of gang violence as well. Many Asian merchants have hired Latino wetbacks and have been robbed too. They have them as cooks now, and I'm worried that the food is no longer like it used to be in Little Tokyo. You get the food spiked by these Latino wetbacks and gangbangers with either mocos or caca. I'm surprised. And another thing, you have a security outfit out there named Rafu Incorporated, and they also hire gangbangers like Kenny, who I had to file a police report against him in Little Tokyo for attacking me. So be careful. There is a lot of crime in Little Tokyo. It is no longer safe. Even the Asian merchants who did hire Latinos as a gesture of goodwill regretted it because they have too been robbed by these Latino employees. I'm ashamed, I'm saddened, I'm sorry. And I apologize to all of you who have been hurt, violated by these goddamn wetbacks and gangbangers. So be careful when you sign these leases. You need to make sure, because you're getting the Skid Row homeless A lot of them are violent, and you get in the East LA, and they're converging in Little Tokyo. It is sad. Legal, law-abiding citizens like me who go there in good faith are trampled, are attacked, are robbed. That's another big one. You're being robbed. Thank you.
The next speaker is Armando Herman on item 57.
Tone it down, tone it down. Do we not got compassion? Little Tokyo has really lost a lot of services due to the inappropriateness of this console, Horseshoe. But we all know that we're in agreement when it comes to racism, segregating people in areas, that the truth is, Mr. Bakewell, on item 79, you have to do more for our community. The same way we put, oh, never mind. I'm not going to talk about Mr. Wayne Spindler today. I'm talking about 237, 249 South Los Angeles Street, folks. City-owned property. City-owned property to help the homeless one day. Maybe to use Measure 63 bond to help homeless people in Little Tokyo as well. I hold my time to 1 minute, Madam Chair. I wave back the 3 seconds. Thank you, ma'am.
Very kind of you. That concludes the cards for this item. Let's open the roll, close the row, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Let's move on to item 60.
Madam President, item 60 also has cards.
There are no cards on this item. It was Mr. Walsh, and he's out of time. So let's open the roll, close the row, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Let's move on to item 47. Mr. Blumenfield.
Madam Chair, this is an important moment for one of the communities in my district, Reseda, the heart of the San Fernando Valley and one of the original main streets. From 1915 through the 1960s, this is where the community gathered to shop, to dine, to catch a movie. And the Reseda Theater, built in 1948, is in the center of the Reseda Commercial District on Sherman Way. But sadly, similar to many businesses on this particular main street, the opening of shopping malls and the shifting of commercial investment away from our neighborhoods had a huge impact on Reseda Theater's destiny. Now vacant for over 22 years, the community has patiently advocated for its revival while it watched the theater slowly deteriorate. The former CRA recognized the disinvestment in this vulnerable area, and after the 1994 Northridge earthquake dealt another blow to the corridor, CRA created a redevelopment area along Sherman Way. Well, today is good news for Reseda to rise again, because the motion we're about to vote on is for the city to enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement for a project that will bring commerce, art, and culture back to the community. Following an independent request for a proposal, an RFP process, a brand new mixed-use development with a multi-screen Lemley Reseda Theater and affordable senior housing was submitted by Thomas Safran & Associates and selected as the best project for this location. It is fitting that a theater will hopefully once again occupy this little corner of Reseda, and that the Reseda Theater marquee, which rest assured for everyone in the community, this iconic marquee is going to be maintained. It was part of the RFP. It will once again shine out over our Reseda Great Street. So now the RFP is done, negotiating is beginning, and Reseda is rising, and I ask for your support for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Public comment was satisfied in committee already, so let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, let's move on to item 50.
Madam President, item 50 also has cards.
Antonia Ramirez, item 50, are you here? Ms. Ramirez, you have 1 minute left.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I appreciate that. Thank you. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is regarding Milena de la Cruz Viesca to the Human Relations Commission for the term ending June 30, 2020. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I oppose the Human Relations Commission. It fosters and invites a lot of violations, racism, discrimination against the legal, law-abiding citizens. For those of us who do not subscribe to their ideology of brawling, property damage, destruction, violence, and all that, we get lynch-pinned and we get mob-lynched, we get violated, and we get attacked. I do not destroy property. My parents taught me you do not destroy your property or anybody else's property. That means graffiti, vandalism, steal. I don't do it. So therefore, this commission helps and invites and condones their malicious behavior. I do not condone it. I demand that we put them in prison and send the blacks to Guantanamo and send the Latinos, deport them. Operation Wetback. Thank you.
Your time is up. The next speaker is Armando Herman on item 50. Okay, Mr. Herman passes. That concludes cards on this item. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Let's move on to item 65.
Madam President, item 65 has cards.
Eric Previn on item 65. Is he here? Mr. Previn, you have 1 minute left.
Thank you, Council President. Martinez. It is Eric Previn, and this is we owe a debt of gratitude, obviously, to you and Councilmember Krikorian on this one for enhanced beautification services in your district. I guess the detail here is critical. This is, I think it's about $80,000 being deployed for graffiti busters. You know, those of us in the district are concerned about graffiti to a degree, but we are concerned that this is about chemicals going up on walls and chemicals coming to remove chemicals from walls, and there's a little bit of a cycle. I must tell you, it's upsetting. It is upsetting to see city dollars go. I mean, we are mired. We have a lot of difficulties, but I wonder whether or not some of this is not a collaborative effort among the removers and who has money to waste in a poverty environment. This needs a new solution. I was wondering if Salida Reynolds could help. She seems to have big ideas.
Thank you. Your time is up. That concludes cards on this item, Madam Clerk. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, let's take up item 61. That was also called special for cards, but the speaker's out of time, so let's take up item 61. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Let's move on to item 63. That was called special for cards. Mr. Alcala, item 63. Mr. Alcala, are you speaking on this item? Then you need to get to the podium, sir. You're on item 63.
I know the item 63, I only wish to speak 1 minute. I really don't know what the hell to say anymore, because the items that I was prepared to speak on, you lost my cards.
He is not speaking on this item.
No, I know. I know exactly what you're saying.
I know you know.
Senor Attorney. Do you know what I'm saying? When I was prepared to speak...
Mr. Alcala, you're speaking on item 63 or taking your seat?
63 is, I only want to speak 1 minute because it is obviously a very important item to somebody, but I don't give a shit about it.
No, you're not speaking on the item, sir. Please sit down. Thank you. That concludes cards on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Let's move on to item 1.
Item 1 also has cards, Madam President.
First speaker is Juan Alcala. Item 1, sir.
Yes, this item I do give a shit about entirely because I feel City Hall is being creating homelessness, and this is positive proof right here. This poor guy here obviously did not pick up the dog shed in front of his house, so he has to pay $4,147 lien This other guy left a banana peel in front of his house, so he's got to pay $1,288. This other guy here, lien. Oh, that guy got away easily, $397 only. My point here is that City Hall is raping everybody, and we don't speak about that. This is economic rape. Lien for $3,210. Never mind that you can barely pay the mortgage. Now you got to pay City Hall for what? Just because City Hall wants to continue raping everybody? Oh, okay. Lien, $3,301. Where are these poor people? They don't even know they're being sent these liens, you know? And these liens are not very lean. It's a lot of money. Do you realize that it would take a homeless person about 3 years to earn what you're going to give him on one ticket? Oh, my God. Look at this. Lien, $1,288. Isn't that a dirty amount of money? Lien, $3,865 for being a stupid
thank
idiot.
you. Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you. Mr. Herman?
Now, regarding liens, really, you know they're unconstitutional, Mr. Mike Bonin. As I go through this 2-page report on liens, which I find offensive, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so forth. Lien after lien, you bend the knees of the people. You bring more harm than taking them to the side to consider how they can waive the lien, which you can if you rebuttal and defend yourself. From Charles here. Charles is the lien man, the expert. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. City Attorney.
Hey, Dory, correct me if I'm wrong. But
Stay on the subject.
See, about the liens? When you have the liens, you can come in here and contest it, and they'll drop all the percentage off and waive it. And guess what? You walk away free. Just pay the citation,
Thank you.
jackass.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's prepare to vote. Mr. Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson. On item 1E, we'd ask that you reduce the lien to $398.16 and afford the constituent 30 days to pay off that balance. $398 with 16 cents, item 1E. As an hearing.
So how do we go about doing that, Mr. Clerk? I think that's a new request to me. Madam Clerk or Mr. City Attorney? I second that. So let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Item 32.
Mr. President, item 32 has an amending motion for recommendation number 4 for the committee report. The amending motion has since been circulated.
Okay, I have a card, Mr. Ocala. And from here on out, you have to fill out your own cards. Mr. Ocala passes. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Madam Clerk, can we recess the regular and go into the special?
Yes, sir. I'll call the roll. Blumenfield, Bonin, Buscaino, Cedillo, Englander, Fuentes, Harris, Dawson, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Martinez, O'Farrell, Price, Rue, Wesson. 13 members and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, so I believe we can vote on items 71 through 74. Mr. Blumenfield?
71 special.
Okay, then I'll hold 71. Let's try 72 through 74. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Mr. Blumenfield, we'll go to 71, right?
Yeah, just wanted to say a couple words about it. Mr. President, the project has been of critical importance to you and to me. Too many people in the city do not have access to computers, and our goal is to bridge the digital divide in our underserved communities. With nearly 30% of Angelenos lacking reliable access to the internet, much of Los Angeles is without this essential resource. And many everyday tasks, whether it's applying for a job, doing homework, paying bills, are difficult or sometimes impossible to do offline. 2 years ago, Microsoft no longer supported Windows XP, so the city completed the major task of changing out thousands of employees' desktop computers. This meant we potentially had thousands of computers that were now just e-waste. As chair of the committee that oversees IT, I wanted to offer every Angeleno the opportunity to be connected. And today, once again, we're attacking that problem head on, and thanks to your leadership. If you approve this motion, we will be able to provide more than 1,000 refurbished PCs with Microsoft Office Suite and Windows 7 installed. That means approximately 1,500 computers which have been distributed to date, and today we have the opportunity to continue to help those in need have a chance to compete. Rather than throw away these computers, the city is now instead working with organizations who teach young people computer skills and refurbish these computers. In doing so, we are not only working to reduce the digital divide, but our city's e-waste footprint is being reduced as well. And while enhancing workforce development and educational opportunities all at the same time, it's a triple win. This speaks to our city's commitment to leveraging technology, enhancing efficiency, transparency, and accountability. The current contract expired on April 2nd, and with your approval today, this new contract will allow us to continue this important work. Once again, thank you, Mr. President, for your work on this, and I ask all of you for an aye vote.
Thank you for saying that. And I think we have to give a big shout out to our city family, ITA, and the others who have helped to make this program a success. So with that said, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right.
Mr. President, next is items 75 through 79, and those are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, so without objection, those items are before us. So if I can get, I saw him earlier. Is James here? James Litz, Robert Greenberg, uh, 70.
For item 75, not only are there cards, but there are also there is also an amending motion for 75, of which has been circulated, sir.
Okay, well, like I did call Mr. Litz, I called Robin Goldberg, Mr. Walsh, and Ms. Ramirez.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, or J. Walsh Confidential, tweeting at Hollywood Dems. This is the most absurd item on the agenda. Low-income homeowner home buyer assistance. If you're low income, you can't afford a home. We are in a city with the worst homeless problem in the United States. People are eating off the street east of La Brea, not in the Jewish section. And what are you doing here? You're trying to find low-income home buyers. This program, I believe, has had 1 or 2 people buy homes through it. They're spending millions and millions of your dollars, your tax dollars, on a low-income home buyer assistance program that nobody is using. And now you can destroy my credibility by getting up here and saying, we have thousands and thousands of home buyers. They're poor as crap, but they're buying homes because we're giving them the money. This is bullshit. And that the media is sitting there, the news media, with their finger up their ass, instead of doing the story here, how low-income home buyers is like the world's tallest midget. It doesn't exist. If you don't have the money, you can't buy the house, but you can create all these bureaucrats and these general managers and gay friends that the mayor has sex with.
Stay on the subject. HollywoodHighlands.org, home buy. Will you explain to me what a low-income home buyer's assistance is, or are you just going to vote yes? Thank you. Ms. Ramirez.
Thank you. This motion has been placed by Cedillo and Wesson. Relative to the housing community investment, this is for home ownership assistance program. When the mayor came in, he touted himself as one who would be a trailblazer for the military veterans, and yet nothing has been done for our military. Homeowner assistance programs, first and foremost, should go to our military veterans, many who are impoverished and many who are also homeless. That is a crying shame that none of you have been able to assist them. Now, dear CAO Miguel Santana actually fed yesterday a plate of food at the Music Center Grand Park Block 4, gave a meal. While their group or their meeting were held out at the park, he gave a meal to a military veterans. Thank you, Miguel Santana. He actually fed yesterday a military veteran who was disheveled and hungry. But having said that, ladies and gentlemen, we are not providing homes or housing for any of our military veterans. We're using the word low income, and that is nothing more than a buzzword to invite all the funding to go to secretly the wetbacks and the gangbangers. So all our communities are now dilapidated, gang-infested, and trashy slums and landfills. They're gang-infested and, again, wetbacks. We are putting out the blacks. We are putting out the good, legal, law-abiding citizens. We are putting out the baby boomers, and we are putting out the senior citizens and the military on the streets. What happened? We are being run over by these wetbacks and gangbangers.
Stay on the subject.
Again, it is unfair. Even I know that blacks belong in a home. Many of them don't have to do drugs, but they've been fed drugs by these wetbacks and gangbangers.
Okay, thank you. You're off the subject. Thank you. Your time has expired. Okay, let us prepare to vote on this item. No, I called... Okay, so let's prepare to vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Now we'll go to item 70. Is it 76 and 78?
Yes, Mr. President. 76 and 78, and for the records, item 76, there's a technical correction. This matter is subject to mayor approval.
Mr. Akala, sit down. No, now you're disrupting. Sit down or leave. Let's prepare to vote, members. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Mr. Walsh on item 77. Mr. Walsh passes. Let's prepare to vote on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Let's now move to item 79. Mr. Previn.
Mr. President, just for the record, there's a substitute motion for 79, so there should be a vote whether to substitute also in addition to the item itself.
Okay, so we vote first on the substitution.
Maybe you'd want to hear my comment.
Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Previn, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. It is Eric Previn from CD2. I'll take 2 minutes. Thank you. This is Harris-Dawson-Weezer motion, and obviously there's a great deal of appreciation here because what we're doing is we're arranging the funding for the Heritage Month celebration and special events. The total is about $80,000. So similar to the graffiti busters over there at Martinez. What this one earmarks is some money for various celebrations that we enjoy, and I support them all. We are defunding the 4th of July, $10,000, for reasons which I don't quite understand, but let's leave that alone. And we are defunding Taste of Soul, which is a big problem because that's Mr. Bakewell, who owns the Sentinel and other things. He runs a big charity. Mark Ridley Thomas gave him $100,000 last year. So by taking away $15,000 here, it makes it seem like on the special agenda what you're trying to do is eliminate any kind of connection to him because he's the guy who published that false story about Wayne Spindler. But I don't know.
No, you're off topic.
Well, MLK Festival for $10,000 was given an extra 10, so I'm supportive of that. That's $20,000 total. And then Crenshaw Ice Rink picked up the extra 10 from the 4th of July, so they're now up to $35K. So this is all good stuff. I mean, people are appropriately celebrating, and I am a big supporter. We have heard from other cultural groups in this body. Certainly Mr. Krikorian has done a very good job of acknowledging the Armenian community, and I have always been supportive of that effort. The one question about the defunding the Taste of Soul thing, I just hope that it's not, Mr. Bakewell is not being once again put on the spot for the things that happened in Compton some time ago, because that was a $3.1 million loan. Yes, he only agreed to pay back $300,000, but the whole thing disappeared. So I don't know what specifically is going on, why you would remove a treasured partner from this particular list, but I would certainly like to know that we are going to be doing the things that we say we're going to be doing. And to do it at the last minute, to change it like that on an A, where Avat comes over and pins it up underneath 14 things, it's not very transparent, sir. It's not. Thank you.
Mr. Akala.
Consideration and motion. My eyesight is failing, but on this item, he's right. The Latinos got almost nothing for their cultural endeavors. And we have more cultural endeavors than anybody else. So how come those people in the Crenshaw, they got a lot more money than the Latinos? Our enchiladas do count, don't they? Our frijoles do count, don't they?
Let's stay on the subject.
Oh, yeah. According to Antonia, we are wetbacks with no
Okay,
backing.
you're off the subject. Thank you, Mr. Akala. Mr. Herman? Mr. Akala?
Mr. Speaker, it irks me to know that Taste of Soul, supported by Mr. Bakewell for this 80,000 charity squash fund, is just a bunch of false stories. Stories we hear from Eric Previn that are so true and accurate. I can't disagree with Mr. Previn. But without your discretion of interest, I am a member of the public, a public speaker. Sometimes I go into my
little voice like this as a kid talking to most of you.
Let's just get on the subject in any voice you want.
The subject has to do with the authorization, sir. You see, necessary documents and payments, as brought out by Mr. Previn for the record, with any appropriate agency, Mr. Bakewell, or organizations, Mr. Bakewell, to approve of the city's attorney, Mr. O'Connell, for the record, monopoly man, to engage, if needed, and authorize the council members, the douchebags of the 8th District, to execute any such document story. Yeah, it's kind of hard to find the truth, Mr. Spindler, on behalf of the city.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. You're off the subject. Okay, your time's expired. Let's prepare to vote on this. Now you're disrupting the meeting. It's your last warning. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I believe we're finished with the business and the special. And am I accurate on that?
Yes, Mr. President.
Let's adjourn the special, return to the regular. Okay, that brings us to what?
Mr. President, that brings council to item 70.
Okay, item 70, I have cards. Jan, oh my gosh. Tribox? Is it Jan? Treybox? Rabina Saul? I think it's Jesse Marquez. Beverly Simpson? Please come forward and identify yourself.
Years. I submitted a copy of the California Public Record Act request for the LA Fire Department CUPA quarterly deficiency progress reports to each of you, and for the record, it's my third request. I hope you can help, please. We certainly support our firefighters and the building of a firehouse, but not at this proposed site, which poses serious environmental health risks for our firemen and hundreds of residents, not just 6 homeowners. There are thousands of stakeholders, vulnerable students, and others who use this path daily for work and school. The city acknowledges that the site contains a cesspit where a variety of industrial waste was dumped, and the EIR also confirms the site contains contaminants of potential concern, including VOCs, PCEs, vinyl chloride, all chemicals known to cause cancer.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please come and identify yourself.
Jesse Marquez, Executive Director, Coalition for a Safe Environment. We have members that live in Van Nuys and residents who have also contacted us. As I stated in the past before the different committees, that we are not against a new fire department. It's the location of the new fire department that is the issue. The residents had asked an opportunity to meet with Public Works to identify other locations outside of the 18 that they chose to identify. That way a newer and better selection would be made. I'd like to ask at this time that city council members that are here present that will be voting identify and acknowledge whether or not they have received financial donations from their campaigns, from landowners or developers of the alternative sites, because that would influence them in not wanting to recommend an alternative sites if they have received financial campaign donations. And I think that's a very important issue. We also identified in the cumulative impact report that only 2 projects were identified, whereas just a brief survey, we discovered 4 other housing projects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. Why do we only get 1 minute and the other people got 2 minutes? I'd like to know an answer for that.
Well, the public hearing was already satisfied on this. We're reopening the hearing, it's my understanding.
Okay. I'd like to say a few days ago on Monday, Nuri Martinez said we were nitpicking. So tired of us nitpicking and nitpicking. We're nitpicking for public safety. That's why we're nitpicking. I'm sorry that you were inconvenienced by that. Also, we tried to speak to you at one Van Nuys City Council meeting. You were there to make a presentation. We asked if you would hear us, and you refused to hear us. You were actually quite rude. One woman came up and approached you. I just want it on the record. She has nothing to do with our group with the fire station, in case Mr. D'Antona wants to bring that up. Mr. Buscaino, the last time I spoke to you, you walked down memory lane and told us about your fire station experience as a little boy. This is a super station that's going into this neighborhood. Public safety is at risk here.
Thank you. If I could get Beverly Simpson. Beverly Simpson, that was you. Giovanni. I'll let you come and pronounce the last name. Candido, you're good on this or you're after him? Okay, you're after him. Yes, sir.
I'm Giovanni Maranga. I live in across that proposed Van Nuys fire station. Yeah, we bought that house because we thought it's a good neighborhood. The tax is high because, and then when they proposed to build that fire station, we were devastated, me and my wife, because we're in the front of that station and we understand that it's the biggest fire station in the valley, so we understand that it's going to be a 24 hours blaring sound. And plus, I have a son who is autistic and is very sensitive to sound, so I don't know how to live my life. Yeah, and I also understand that they have other alternative to choose for other places to build that station, but I don't know why they choose that place. That's all.
Thank you, sir. So if I can get Candido, Jeffrey Lynn,
Hold my time, please.
Eric Previn. Oh, does Mr. Previn have time?
Come on, honey, over here. Thank you, Mr. President. Candido Maris. With me is my beautiful wife, Deidre, and my sister and brother, Jim and Jesse Goff. They were with the FBI. They worked with the Florida Crime Commission, Dade County Police. They're going to be our neighbors. And the one thing I'm going to do is work really hard on some of the issues in Van Nuys. We live in Porter Ranch, but we live Van Nuys, and we're here to support the people of Van Nuys. Mr. Jeff Lynn has tried to negotiate and work with the office. And when I see Mr. D'Antona sitting there laughing, go ahead, Mr. D'Antona, laugh. This is something so important to them. This is their lives, the future, and you sat there and laughed like you do over and over again. Now, I don't know if you're laughing now, but you had a nice smile on there, and I just hope that out where you're living in, what is that, Calabasas, wherever. Mr. President, I know I'm off topic, but this is
Get back on topic, Candido.
This is an important issue from one part of the city to the other. We cannot allow this to happen. At least have the dignity to look at somebody and not be, laughing on the inside and the outside.
Thank you. So, do we have Mr. Lynn or Mr. City Attorney?
Just for the record, I was looking at Mr. D'Antona the whole time Mr. Maris was speaking, and Mr. D'Antona was not laughing.
Okay, well, anyway, Candido, let's don't start it back and forth. Mr. Lynn, are you Mr. Lynn? Mr. Lynn, come forward, sir. Come forward. Okay, let's be quiet. Have some order.
First of all, I also object to the minute. I believe that Wyszynski gave longer than a minute to Litvinov and Kamenev. But anyway, be that as it may, I'd like to have it on the record that I filed 4 documents with the clerk this morning having to do with sleep disturbance, and that those are on the record. This is supposedly about public safety. It's not at all about public safety, because this site does nothing for public safety. It increases response times, not decreases them. That's in writing from the fire department. It is not centrally located. You can tell that by looking at a map. It is south of the Orange Line, which will result in deaths and bodily injuries that this council will have to pay to settle, and will, with the taxpayers' money. It'll be next to a planned large development that you haven't heard about. The people who are building it have contributed money to a certain councilman here. She's neglected to mention that. It will be hemmed in by the Orange Line expansion and the Van Nuys Boulevard light rail if the sales tax passes. And, as I said, it will result in further death, injury, pollution, and disruption. No good will come of this, I guarantee you.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Previn, you're out of time. Mr. Previn, you're out of time. Mr. Akala, Mr. Previn, you're out of time. Move away. Sergeants, Mr. Previn, leave the, you know what you're doing. I want him removed. No, you know that you were out of time. I told you that 3 times. Come on, Mr. Akala.
One minute? Just 1 minute, right? A fire. Wait, there's a siren. Is that the fire department?
Stay on the subject, Mr. Akala.
That's not the fire department we're talking about, right? This is a different one. We want to build a super fire station? Is that what we want to do? Personally, I have no issue with this issue. My issue is with people not having a place to live. whether it's a firehouse, a doghouse, or anything. We ain't got nothing. And we ain't going to get nothing from you. All you're going to do is keep on taking our money in the parking meters. You're going to screw us over and over and over and over. And that's what you're good at.
Thank you. Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, there has been additional correspondence that has been submitted by the public. The Bureau of Engineering has reviewed the correspondence and responded to those items and concluded that there is no change of any of the analysis that was previously reported. All those items have been made part of the public record. I just wanted to make sure we knew that. Colleagues, before us is the EIR of Fire Station 39 that has been in council before. Fire Station 39 is located in Van Nuys, across the street from the Van Nuys City Council. I'm sure you guys have all seen it when we've met in Van Nuys. We had previously approved this project back in June of 2015 with a mitigated negative declaration, and due to a lawsuit that was filed from some of the neighbors that are here to speak today who live in Council District 4, we rescinded that previous action back in December of last year in order for us to consider building the fire station under an EIR, which is complete now, and it's what's before us here today. Currently, Fire Station 39 is across the street from Van Nuys City Hall. Like I said, it was built in 1939 and is one of the oldest facilities in the San Fernando Valley. The location proposed for this new fire station is on Oxnard Boulevard, which is considered a secondary highway in Van Nuys. Currently, the current fire station, because Sylvan is too narrow and because some of the engine trucks have a difficult time entering the facility and exiting during a 911 call, we had to find a new location and a new home for the fire station. It's being built under some of the savings of Proposition F that the voters passed over a decade ago. It would be the second fire station in my district. We haven't had a fire station built in my district. We just opened one 2 years ago, but we haven't had a new fire station in my district in over 30 years. So the fact that we have savings from Proposition F, I think, is a really good indication of how well we've done with that proposition, and we're going to have a new fire station in my district to service the community of Van Nuys. The new location would be, the fire engines would be able to enter this new facility onto a 5-lane highway with signal interrupters that can stop traffic at the intersection and would allow the trucks to get in and out of the station quickly and hopefully improve the response time for the area. The surrounding use of Oxnard is considered large commercial use, and so therefore this is the reason why this facility, this area was chosen for this new fire station. It's more conducive to what the area currently sees. As far as what you've heard here this afternoon, the neighbors here today are right across the street from the proposed fire station. Their backyards actually face Oxnard Boulevard, and they have filed a number of lawsuits. With this complete EIR, the potential impacts are the same as identified in the previous mitigated negative declaration, and so we've now doubled and triple checked during this EIR process to make sure that these issues have been mitigated. This is probably the most analyzed fire station in the history of the city of Los Angeles. Since I've been here, I don't believe we've ever had a development project scrutinized the way this fire station has. It's taken 7 years in the making. It was proposed back in 2009, where there was several locations that were considered. This is what was recommended from the department. So we're now in the 7th year, and we still don't have a new fire station for Fire Station 39. There are a number of issues that some of the residents did bring up, one of them being that there hadn't been enough notice or a chance to provide input on the specific project. I can tell you, Mr. President, that the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council has had an opportunity to hear the hearing on the EIR. They've had 5 previous hearings on this item and have gone on the record as of April of 2014 to oppose the fire station. So nothing has really changed since that happened. And going back to the beginning of this project, the project has had 15 community meetings, public hearings, including the one here this afternoon. So, Mr. President, the community's voice has been heard, and it's about time that we finally built a new fire station in the community of Van Nuys and in my council district. Colleagues, I ask for an aye vote.
Okay, thank you. Let's prepare to vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Mr. Previn, this is not a negotiation. Officer, he should not be in here. He's been removed from the council. It is not a negotiation. Now, Mr. Akala, you can join in. All right, that brings us where, Madam Clerk?
Mr. President, that brings council to general public comment.
Okay, Matt, Rossell, Lila Copeland, Joseph Moreno. Just start walking towards Felix Hem Street. James Preston Allen.
Ended this fire station months ago, but you remember Mr. LeBon suggested that we do.
Young man, don't be afraid. Come on up.
Which prompted me. We didn't want to send it.
And your name, sir?
My name is Joseph Moreno.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you too, sir. So, I am here today on the count that there are animals in the circuses. I know not much people here take count that these animals are there that are here in these circuses. But these animals have feelings like us too. They hurt every time they're whipped. And I'm glad they took out the elephants. But you know what? They are still animals in captivity. They're being tortured for every day. If they do not obey, they are whipped. They are traveling from state to state, town to town, in one cart, where it's barely their size. And I just want to say, please, these animals need freedom. These animals do not belong in the circus and for our grief. Thank you.
Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, you were phenomenal. And you're welcome back anytime. And we all expect big things out of you. If that's your mom or aunt or sister, she should be very proud. Okay, so who can top that? Please, if I called your name, come and just identify yourself. I'll get to the rest. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Matt Roselle. I'm with Animal Defenders International.
Go ahead.
So I just want to thank Council President Wesson, members of the council. Thank you so much for all you do for animals. We're here today, obviously, to speak on behalf of the circus animals. Ringling is back in town. And Councilmember Rue, you're already working in the POC committee, and we really appreciate that conversation about working on the wild animals when they come to the Hollywood Hills for parties. We are trying to expand that to include these animals similarly suffering in the circus, which we've had a lot of conversations at the council level, and I've brought some kids with me. You've already heard Joseph. I have a couple more really articulate young activists who have a few things to say. So I will... Okay,
well, I'm going to try to call everybody. So do we have Felix yet, or James, or is it Lila?
Lila and Felix are both with us, yes.
Okay, let's bring them up. Come on. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Lila Copeland, Youth Director of Earth Peace Foundation and a lifelong Los Angeles resident. My first Ringling Brothers protest was when I was 4 months old. Now I'm 14. I've been protesting the animal cruelty in Ringling Brothers Circus, Universal Circus, and other animal exploiting acts that come to town my entire life, and I will be out there at the Staples Center again starting next week. Have you Googled Ringling Brothers animal cruelty and watched what they do to animals? If you haven't, I suggest it's really your duty to do that with haste. The animals are suffering terribly and you can stop it. We have all known about the animal cruelty inherent in circuses and zoos for decades. Yet here we are, still begging our leaders to have mercy on these beings who cannot speak up for themselves or escape the fates of being imprisoned and cruelly forced to perform unnatural acts they do not want to do for our entertainment. We beg for mercy for them, and we hear later, later.
Thank you.
Okay.
You want to finish your last sentence?
I have 3 more paragraphs. I have 3 more paragraphs.
Well, no, we can't do the 3 paragraphs, but
Okay.
I want to thank you for coming as well. Okay. Maybe we
I have
can
one more thing.
maybe we can have the next young lady.
Okay, I have
come
one more
up.
thing.
No,
This
but
is-
if I let you speak, dear, I have to let everybody speak more. So please, come on. We want to hear from everybody. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Felix Hemstreet. Thank you for letting me speak here today. You are all aware of how poorly animals are treated in circuses. During training, animals are whipped, beaten, shocked, and injured. And in the performances, animals are forced to do tricks that are not humane or natural to them. But the biggest problem is all the time in between. Circus animals spend their days bored and depressed, locked in cages or in chains. These days turn into weeks and months on the road, living in these same horrible conditions. Sometimes they escape and create not only a public hazard, but a danger to their own life. These are beautiful creatures who need to be saved and preserved, not hurt. You've already taken the first step by helping elephants, but Ringling Brothers is coming to town next week without the elephants, though they are bringing a train full of other animals that need protection. You will have the power to help these animals by passing a wild ban on animal performances in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if I could get Adriana, was that Adriana Swan, Day Spencer? I think it's a Christina Zikovich, Aldo Hernandez, Faith. What? Come forward and identify yourself.
Hello, my name is Day Spencer. Speaking about SoCal Gas, it's obviously an irresponsible company. I was relocated in February, and I received 1 mileage check since then. I've been fighting for 5 months to get my rent checks, which they, I don't know, they have a series of bureaucratic conditions that one has to go through to get a check from them for relocation. I think we need to get off of fossil fuel, and our planet doesn't have much time for that. So I think they should be shut down.
Thank you. And your name again? Your name again?
Day Spencer.
Okay. Okay. I've been informed, Mr. Previn, that I didn't give you a warning. So now I am giving you a warning. Next time you will be removed. Officers, you can leave him alone. Okay, so we're looking for... Oh, wait, I have a line. Come identify yourself.
My name is Christina Zikovich. I'm a resident of Chatsworth. I had to take the day off of work today to come down here. Our community has been abandoned by our councilman, and it's ironic that he's not here today. With that being said, he formed a committee called the Community Advisory Committee and told the residents of the community that this group would stay intact until the community decided not to have it anymore. After losing the supervisor's seat, a week later, the committee is now gone. No notice to anybody, no vote, nothing. And apparently Mitch doesn't want to deal with the people. He blocks people, he doesn't call back or email. And the residents here need other people like you guys to step in where Mitch isn't stepping in. And it's unfortunate that it's come to this, but at the end of the day, we need everybody's help because we're being deserted there, and SoCal Gas is literally poisoning us. So thank you.
Please identify yourself.
My name is Faith. I'm here to ask you to please help us shut down the Aliso
Canyon facility. It's through negligence. It has caused one of the biggest blowouts in U.S. history. We can't ignore something like that in our own backyard. They have implied that we are going to be at risk of blackouts as a result of shutting down the facility as an argument to keep it open. That's a lie. New daily balance requirements from the state have shown to be effective. This is not going to be a problem, and they're using fear to try to keep this facility open. So I'd like you to reconsider this situation with SoCalGas, and please help us shut down Aliso Canyon. Thank you.
Okay. So if you could identify yourself, don't start his time yet, though. And you are?
Aldo Hernandez.
Okay, now, just hold tight. So I'm looking for a Michael from Greenpeace. Daniel, last name begins with a B. Andrea Leon Grossman. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Aldo Hernandez. I'm from LA. I'm here with a group of people asking for the permanent shutdown of Aliso Canyon because it is dangerous and unnecessary. Gas is still migrating out of the soil around SS-25, the blown out well, proving that SoCalGas lost control of this facility during the blowout and the reservoir has zero integrity. SoCalGas has claimed that there would be 14 days of blackouts without Aliso Canyon, but that was without an independent review by the state. As of June 1st, state agencies, utilities, and large gas users have adjusted the gas systems to operate on daily balancing requirements instead of monthly, eliminating the risk of gas curtailments for summer and winter peak demands. So we don't need Aliso Canyon open, and I'm asking for the permanent shutdown of Aliso Canyon.
Thank you, sir. Just identify yourself.
My name is James Preston Allen. You called me earlier.
No, I sure did, and I lost your card.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. As the outgoing president for Central San Pedro Neighborhood Council, I would beg your indulgence in having a little more time this morning.
I got to do a minute. I got to do a minute, Mr. President.
Well, this is going to be very truncated. I feel like an auctioneer at a shoe factory. But I am here today to pay my respects to you, Mr. President. During my time as a neighborhood council president, I have found your tutelage, your mentorship, even if it's over this video screen, to be very insightful and very valuable to people in my position. There's no place else in the city of Los Angeles outside of the neighborhood council system where you actually learned how to engage and run a neighborhood council meeting, except by watching those people who actually do it. And you, sir, have been a privilege to watch. And I honor you for that. Okay.
Thank you.
But I do have about 3 other things that need to be said here.
Then maybe I will. I know you sent a letter. I'll read it and I'll try to get back with you. But okay, your time, Mr. President, is done. So I need the next speaker. I thought I saw a letter from you. So if I could get the next speaker, I will read it and respond, Mr. Allen. No. Next speaker. Come on. Miss, please come forward and identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Andrea Leon Grossman.
What was that again? I'm sorry.
Andrea Leon Grossman.
Gotcha.
Hi. I'm here to speak against the blackout blackmail from the Southern California Gas Company. I think it's proven that we didn't need more gas with the hot June that we had. If we need more energy, we can get it from renewable energy. We don't need more fossil fuel energy. We have enough energy to go by for this hot summer. We don't need more oil wells, or we don't need more gas storage from Aliso Canyon. That facility needs to be shut down. It needs to be shut down right now. We don't need to be subject to this blackmail from this company, and we just need to do away without it. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have Cora from Greenpeace, Cora, Felicia, maybe Bolero, Daryl Gale, Tyler West, Andrew Ellis, Darla Vidger. Okay, we got one. Yes, sir. Identify yourself.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Ellis, and I'm here representing Greenpeace. I'd like to encourage the council to consider shutting down the Aliso Canyon facility, and I wanted to just make them aware of some of the dangerous impacts of methane. Methane is a greenhouse gas, and it has a big effect on the climate change that is occurring in on our planet, and this storage facility releases 8 million metric tons of methane gas contributing to climate change. And I think it's very important that this council require an independent assessment of the health effects and the air pollution effects and the climate change effects of the Aliso Canyon facility on the citizens of the state of California. Thank you.
Jordan, I think it's Edine or Ednine, Michelle May, Jean, is it Terraga from Earth? Yes, identify yourself.
Hello, my name is Daniel Brachenko. I believe you pulled my card earlier. You said Daniel B.
Sure, I surely did. Go right ahead.
I'm here to speak against the reopening of the Aliso Canyon gas storage facility. The facility is completely unnecessary to the city. This has been proven. The city released a report saying that because of the closing of the facility, there would be 14 days of blackouts required to provide enough gas for the facility, but it has been found that part of this report was authored by SoCalGas and that they used faulty models, they inflated demand, and they removed other storage facilities of theirs from the report to make it seem like the blackouts were necessary when in fact the entire point of this threat of blackout is to blackmail the city into reopening the Aliso Canyon storage facility from fear. Thank you very much. Please do not reopen this facility.
Okay, the next speaker is Jordan Edney. Is that you?
No, my name is Jean Terranova. Can you hear me? Hello?
Repeat your name again one more time.
Jean Terranova.
Jean Terranova. Okay, did you fill out a card?
Yes. Jean.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm here as well to support the permanent shutdown of the Aliso Canyon. The claims and research that SoCalGas has presented in the state's risk assessment on Aliso Canyon were accepted without a fault and without further independent research. Frankly, we cannot further trust an establishment notorious for lying about the environmental impact of methane leak, lying about the impact of this leak on the health of citizens of Porter Ranch, and who is now lying that without Aliso Canyon, Southern California will experience 14 days of blackouts. Publicly traded companies are required by law to have their financial statements looked over by independent auditors. Why is it not the same for studies SoCalGas presents in the state risk assessment in this effort to reopen Aliso Canyon? We cannot sell ourselves, our families, and our communities for oil and gas profits. We ask the council in our support to shut down Aliso Canyon permanently. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to call 5 more names. Jordan Edney, Michelle May, Angeline Basulto, Michelle Hall, and Kyoto Hibino. Are these people here? Can you please, are you here? Jordan? There's no Jordan here. Michelle May, Angeline Basulto, Michelle Hall, Kyoko Habino. No? Okay, these people are not here, Madam Clerk. The next speaker is Matt Pacuco. Matt? Nobody here by that name. Alexandra Nagy. Alexandra Christopher Carter. Christopher Carter, are you here? And Teresa Fredrickson. Teresa, are you here? Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Alexandra Nagy. I'm the senior organizer with Food and Water Watch, and we're here today to urge you to stand with us in calling out the blackout blackmail that's been perpetuated by SoCalGas. We did a PRA of California ISO's emails and found that SoCalGas had exclusive authorship over a critical section of the report that came out that led to the conclusion of 14 days of blackouts. And basically it consisted of a couple of regulators sitting in a room with SoCalGas, watching them run their model, and that's it. No questioning, no scrutiny, no looking into the inputs. We were the only ones that commissioned an independent report and analysis on what the state had done and found a lot of flaws. And so we urge you to help us combat this, and we're looking for council support in the permanent shutdown of Aliso Canyon. We need you to be our voice when we take this to Governor Brown and urge him to keep it closed permanently. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next speaker is Christopher Carter, Teresa Fredrickson, and Helen Otto.
Brothers and sisters, I'm back again, still pushing to meet with this mayor. New World Order is coming to town, and there's no old politician that knows anything about the New World Order because it's of God, and anyone that's in their suit must be a Babylonian. These are the days of Babylon, and we're here to knock them down.
Sir, I'm asked, don't.
I knocked 3 times. It comes open, sister.
It's very difficult for the interpreter to listen and interpret what you're saying.
I knocked 3 times. This door comes open. I knock on your hearts. I've been knocking for a minute. And like stiff-necked, hard-hearted people, you don't pay attention. You're safe in your seats. Get ready. The top of the pyramid is coming down. And I'm sent to knock it down. I'm on my way to the White House, folks. 36 years of a stutter. You think I know to play a game?
Thank you. Your time is up. The next speaker is Teresa Fredrickson, Helen Otto, and Eric Previn.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss some things that I have to share with you. I am from Iowa. I have been fasting for hope. Nightmares and terrors keep me up at night because I have things bothering me that God has been telling me to address. I don't know if any of you would ever imagine what it feels like to tell your family and friends that you're going to go practice being homeless. I've been 3 months, 3 tickets, and I've been in jail to walk down. I crawled down Wilshire Avenue, which is the only name of the street of which I know in this whole state. In the middle of the night, no officer was there to help me. I did ask for help, to which I received none. I just need you guys to know that God is judging. Please, somebody do something.
Ellen Otto, Eric Previn, Juan Alcala.
Hi, my name is Helen Atai. I live in Granada Hills, and I've been affected by gas blowout in Porter Ranch. I'm here, I don't know what I can put in 1 minute, just on a general. I'm here as a concerned mom and a resident of Porter Ranch. I had to rush my daughter twice to emergency room due to the gas leak or gas blowout, and we are still sick. This morning I got up with a headache. We are still getting headaches. We are still getting stomach aches. And this is when facility is not currently in operation. And gas company is talking about going back to normal, business as normal by the end of the summer. And I just urge you to, be our voice. And, we are the only person, you guys are the only person that we can talk to right now because our councilman has abandoned us. And we don't even know, this is the biggest disaster, man-made disaster in the nation, and I'm surprised our government is not doing anything about it.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker is Eric Previn, Juan Alcala, John Walsh, and Antonio Ramirez.
Yes, it's Eric Previn from CD2, and I just want to encourage members of these communities to come forward and speak out where appropriate and where they can to get relief. This environment is is difficult, but we are improving it. As I mentioned in my last comment, the British were occupying the New World, and folks who were working all over America were having a tough time because Brits were showing up, convening little councils, staffing them with people they knew, and then fighting against people, and it was taxation. Eventually that became a big revolution, and America became what it is today, which we all love. Thomas Jefferson was the guy who wrote the important words, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men," and of course Martinez, "and women are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator, or their parents, with certain unalienable rights, that among those are," and you know the rest, but I want you to remember that they are life, liberty, and the right to public comment on an item noticed on a special meeting agenda with only 24-hour notice, Mr. O'Connell. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Mr. Walsh, followed by Juan Alcala.
HollywoodHighlands.org. The airport here has two equal warring factions as police. They have the LAPD and they have the LAWA police under Mr. Gannon. And the LA police do a fantastic job. The LAWA police, Los Angeles World Airways police, they're more harm than they're good. And now you're trying to take the LAPD's pension away from them. A woman got up here. She wasn't in uniform. She was from the LAPD, and she told you what they did, and you voted unanimously to shit in her face. And I want you to know that I am the only person in this city that is sticking up for the LAPD's pension rights who's not a cop himself. And these scumbags over here suck Gannon's cock.
Okay, next speaker is Mr. Alcala, followed by Antonia Ramirez and Jacqueline Richardson.
Oh my God, all this talk about suck cocking is making me hungry. I mean, why are we allowed to speak like this? Because we have a constitution, you idiots, and you keep violating it time and time again. You keep keeping people homeless where there is a lot of land. There's a lot of empty buildings, and you got the people sleeping on the street. What is this, the land of the homeless? Welcome to America. Even the name sucks, America. Well, America starts in Alaska and ends in Argentina. You're even trying to steal the name from all Americans. And you're trying to build a wall across Mexico? Bullshit!
Okay, next speaker is Antonia Ramirez, followed by Jacqueline Richardson and Angelique Taylor.
God bless Donald Trump, our beloved America. Operation Wetback. This 4th of July is a beginning freedom of terror, from torture, from gang stalkings and theft by the following psychopathic assholes. Stop giving them donations or money. They are the Black Panthers, the NAACP, the Black Caucus, All Negro Funds, the double standard cronies who shut us up, don't investigate nor prosecute crimes or throw us out. That's Herb Wesson, Mark Ridley Thomas, Jackie Robinson, Kamala Harris, Jackie Lacey, and Loretta Lynch. The federal farts are the FBI and the CIA. May Vladimir Putin torpedo jalapenos up their asses. Tia and Tio Tacos, Loretta de los Sanchez's, Gil Cedillo, Felipe Fuentes, Jose Huizar, Gloria Molina, the Mexican Mafia, and the Mara Salvatrucha, the ACLU, Legal Aid, Public Law Center, the Israeli Mossad, the Zionists, the Jewish Beit Din, the Jewish Sanhedrin, the Jewish Federation, Human Relations Commission, the Fair Housing Council, and the Masons. God bless America and happy 4th of July.
Next speaker, Mr. Alcala. Mr. Alcala, have a good weekend. Mr. Alcala, I'm going to ask you to please. Okay. Sergeants, can you please help Mr. Alcala to the door?
Mr.
He's
Alcala
disrupting the meeting. He's still
shouting.
He's still disrupting the meeting back there. He's still disrupting the meeting, sergeants. Jacqueline Richardson, followed by Angelique Taylor and Darla Vidger. No, Mrs. Richardson was before you. Sorry about that, Mrs. Richardson. How are you?
Baca is innocent of any charges against him. Baca got into trouble when a man legally entered into the jail facility to help get the prisoners money to get them jobs quickly and keep them out of jail. I believe the man gave the prisoners $300 each to get them haircuts, bus passes, trousers, shirts, shoes, lunches, whatever it takes to get a job quickly. Not all of the prisoners got the money. I believe the man got receipts for the prisoners with the prisoners' names and the monies received. His name is Michael. I do not know his last name. He's a white Jew. Neither Baca nor his men knew Michael was seeking to help the prisoners by asking to get jobs. After that, a big tumult started because all the prisoners wanted those jobs. That's why the problem started. Everyone wanted a job.
Angelique Taylor, followed by Darla Vidger and Adriana Swain. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, I am Angelique Taylor, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the 7th generation of human beings that have yet to be born. And I am here to urge the support of the council members for the permanent shutdown of the Aliso Canyon. SoCalGas has lost control of the Aliso Canyon facility, and it will always be dangerous as long as it is open. As of June 1st, state agencies, utilities, and large gas users have adjusted to the gas systems to operate on daily balancing requirements, and it has worked. There is no such thing as safe oil and gas. And I know the current residents of Porter Ranch and the future 7th generation would appreciate clean air and respect just as you and I do. And we need to be accountable and shut it down.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Darla Vidger. Are you here? Darla is not here. Adriana Swain. Adriana is not here. Danielle Burchenko. You've already called? You spoke already? Thank you for that. Michael Economo. It's nobody, no Michael. Felix Hemstreet. Felix Hemstreet. No one here by that name either. Jesse Marquez. Saw him earlier. He's not here. Jan Treyback. Jan Treyback. Not here. Rubina Sewell. Rubina, not here. Brian Barajas. Mr. Barajas, there you are.
All right. I turned in a document from the LaRouche PAC website called LaRouche, the Transatlantic System is Doomed, and you know it. Recently, we had a Berlin event, and at this event, we had several representatives from the Syrian government to the Yemeni government to French government and other parts of the continent. What I'm asking people to do is reflect a bit. If you're going to talk about animal rights, what type of a human being are you if you don't discuss about the humanity part of the future? In other words, if your life is dedicated towards awakening your value that animal life has more value than a human life, then you're absolutely crazy. Because there's nothing on this planet that would survive if there's no human being to excel the conditions of living standards that we suffered, that we don't have today, unless you have a human being thinking on a profound level that we just had in this conference. We want a future, we want to explore the stars and above, and we need a lot of things to discuss to do that.
Speaker Candido Mares, followed by Armando Herman.
Please hold my time, Madam President. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. We may differ, but I do want to wish you all a happy 4th of July. And, you know, we may have our differences, but again, I wish you all a happy and safe 4th of July. Also, here we go again at DWP.
Mr. Candido, hold on for just a second.
Yes, ma'am. Hold my time.
Mr. Herman, hold his time. Can you sit down? Sorry about that, sir. Please continue.
Thank you. Here we go again, DWP, another scandal, contractors and certain individuals at DWP. But what I want the public to remember, the good, honest, hardworking workers that we have at DWP, they are the finest. They do the best jobs. Yes, they get an outstanding salary, but when it comes to critical times, and 94 was here, it's going to happen again, the DW people are the best in the world. And it's like our LAPD. We have the finest LAPD. They're having to deal with a lot of issues. ISIS, if you think you're going to come here to Los Angeles and do something, forget it, because not only do you have LAPD, but you have the rest of us who are well equipped and can take care of business. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Armando Herman.
Madam Speaker, I signed up as the Dark Knight, and I dedicate this to all the women who have been raped. Mama, I know you miss me, but soon I'll be home. Don't let go. Mama, I'm coming home. It's sad to know Andrew Adelman had a pill and he slipped it in a drink, and he was a fool. It takes my heart to see you walk on by the stage. But don't forget, it's all about the women of L.A. I love you all, as cute as hell. Come on down, let me yell out to your mom. Mama, thank you for all these beauties. Hopefully, one of you will realize the pain and suffering I went through, Mama, when I'm coming home.
Mr. City Attorney.
Not as much as the pain and suffering we all just went through.
Okay, Madam Clerk, that concludes public comment. What's before us?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred.
The desk is clear.
Members, are there any announcements? Mr. Blumenfield.
Just wanted to announce this July 4th, come out to Woodland Hills, Warner Center area for the Blumenfield Keys Motors Fireworks Extravaganza. It's being put on by the Valley Cultural Center. We're expecting 60,000 people. It's going to be from 6 to 9 p.m. One of the original Beach Boys, David Marks, with the Surf City All-Stars, will be putting a concert on starting at 6. It's a free event for everyone, but there'll be many different restaurants and crafts all around the area. It's going to be a great community event, and I urge everyone to come out.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Any other announcements, members? Mr. Harris Dawson?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Two announcements from CD8. Council District 9, along with CD8, will be having a fireworks show on July 4th at the Exposition Park, Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. It's free. It starts about 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the 4th of July. And on Sunday, the 3rd, at St. Andrews Park, we'll be having a jazz concert. Barbara Morrison, Dee Dee McNeil, Melina Lawrence, and Afro-Cuban jazz band, free again in St. Andrews Park on Sunday. Thanks.
Mr. Cedillo?
Yes, my staff reminded me to announce that tomorrow we have a tariada. They might have missed the earlier announcement. Fireworks will be there in the evening. And then I have the real firework, the biggest explosion taking place today is the announcement that Jennifer Rivera will be leaving my office. And one of the things about Jennifer is that, and I always tell this to people.
Bring up Jennifer. There we go.
This is Jennifer Rivera. Don't confuse her with the singer. It's her joke that she says to everybody when she gets introduced. One of the things about Jennifer Rivera and a practice in our office is we hire people who are smart and independent. I always say intelligent and independent. One of the problems with that, there's three problems with that. They're smart, they're independent, and then people want them to work in their offices. And so there's always a protective nature in my office about the talented people who make up our team. And Jennifer has done a stellar job, as all of you know. She likes to say she grew up in this building, and she's worked for other members. But we were very honored and flattered to have her join our team after our election, and she's been with us since day one. I am dependent upon her, particularly in the work of the Housing Committee, and has helped us move our agenda, but also, as with all the experienced people I brought in, helped us hit the ground running for the first day that we got here. And so she is going to be sorely missed, as they say. As I say, she'll be sorely missed, which is to say that I'm not happy that she's leaving, but I also have a disposition that people in my office should promote up and out. So she's got a great offer, a really almost impossible to turn down proposal, and so I want her to go on and make more money, be unhappy, and and regret the day that she left, like a good boss. But as I say to my staff when they leave, they don't stop working for me; they just get paid by other people. And so, with that, you should hear from her. I know all of you have been here, particularly those who have been here longer than us, have all grown up with her, and so she is leaving, and she can tell you about her next journey.
Just thank you.
Mr. Cedillo, you left her speechless with your remarks. Congratulations, Ms. Rivera. We certainly appreciate you here on the floor. Today is your last council meeting, probably the longest council meeting since I can remember. Congratulations on your new endeavor, and please don't be a stranger. Big round of applause to her. Thank you very much. Mr. Buscaino, did you have an announcement? No. On my left, any announcement, Mr. Price?
Madam President, thank you. I just want to join with my colleague, Marquise Harris Dawson, in the 8th District. Together, we're going to be hosting the fireworks extravaganza at the Coliseum. We're going to have fun and games. KGLH is going to program a stage of music. There's going to be rides, food, and at dusk, the most exciting fireworks celebration in the city of Los Angeles will take place on the grounds of the Coliseum. And we're inviting everybody to come out and have some fun. It's free. Councilman, anything else you would like to add to that? Oh, you did already? Oh, good.
She did? The invitation was already extended. Twice is better than one, that's for sure.
That's right. Anyway, come on out and have some fun.
Thank you very much. Any other announcements, members? Well, again, thank you very much to all of you for your patience this afternoon in reading our Emily Doe letter. Do we have any other adjourning motions? Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Please rise. I'm sorry. Please rise for adjourning motions.
While you're rising, if you really want to come to the best City of LA fireworks show, come to the LA waterfront at Cabrillo Beach. It will be the most fantastic fireworks show in the city. Colleagues, I ask that we adjourn in memory of Richard Stanley Carnett, passed away on June 26, 2016 at the age of 90. He was a loving husband of California State Assemblywoman Betty Carnett, who served as representative of the harbor area communities in the California legislature for many years. Richard was born on July 6, 1925 in New York and was a longtime resident of Long Beach, California, survived by his wife Betty, daughter Mary Carnett, sisters-in-law Barbara Hunt, Mary Woodall, and brother-in-law Harold Jean Bottle. A lakeside funeral service will be held noon on Friday, July 15th at Green Hills Memorial Park. May Richard Stanley Carnett rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cedillo?
Yes, two. One for James Louis Franco, born May 17, 1944 in Marfa, Texas. He passed away this weekend, June 26, 2016. He grew up in Lincoln Heights, went to Lincoln High School, played football there. He had a brother, 3 children. It says here that he was an active participant in the Chicano civil rights movement and labor movements of the 60s and 70s. He later graduated from Cal State LA. He was a teacher for LAUSD and last taught at the City of Angels. He was also the field rep for LAUSD school board member Jeff Horton. He's the founder, the editor, and the writer of a blog site called Latino Point of View, and his last posting was May 31st, 2016, only weeks before he was hospitalized. Jim Franco is a leader. He was known as Jaime, or Jimmy Franco. He was a leader in the Latino community and, as it said, the civil rights movement. He worked with a lot of young activists, those who raised many of the critiques and challenges of our economy and the integration of Latinos into the mainstream of society. In the 60s and 70s, when it was not popular, his perspective on politics and the economy was much like Bernie Sanders, but it was not popular in the 60s and 70s to talk about plant closures, about economic dislocation, about the lack of social and cultural integration. All the issues that Bernie Sanders raised in his campaign were issues that were raised by Jimmy Franco in the 60s and 70s, and at that time not very popular. He was a leader of a group of activists called the August 29th movement that organized around August 29th, which was in 1970, when the Chicano community organized at that point the largest demonstration against the Vietnam War. And he was a major activist, leader, teacher, and also a very conciliatory man. So he was the type of activist that tried to bring people together and look for the common parts of our agenda. He was very active most recently in the Kenny Washington Foundation in Lincoln Heights and worked with us. And so I ask that we close in his memory. Also, I don't have details, but I took a disturbing text last night. Another person from the Northeast, from Wilson High School in the mid-60s, a young man who played on the football team, but later went to Vietnam and was engaged in serious combat, won a silver medal, Silver Star, was a real combatant during the Vietnam War. Came back, also went to Cal State LA, spent time as an entrepreneur. Had a lot of challenges, though, as many Vietnam veterans have had. Challenges with Agent Orange, challenges with reintegration back into society. That Vietnam War was one of the most divisive in our nation, and it was unfortunate that war, because of the divisiveness, that we could not distinguish between the war policy and those veterans who participated in it. They were the ones who were not welcomed back when they returned, and they bared the brunt of it. It's the anniversary of July 4th of the movie that Tom Cruise starred in, and Ron Kovic wrote this book about his life experience. Daniel Dada Garcia had much of that same experience on his return. You look at the movie Deer Hunters, another one that is emblematic of the division in our nation at that time. I mention those because we're celebrating the 4th of July this weekend, and we should remember that and distinguish between policies around war and peace and those who have committed their lives to defend our purpose of democracy around the nation. And so I ask that we close in the memory of Daniel Dada Garcia. He was my cousin, and he passed last night. Complications with Agent Orange, cancer, and a whole range of other issues related to that period. Thank you.
Our condolences to you and your family, Mr. Cedillo. Mr. Blumenfield?
I want to adjourn in the memory of Whitney Burnett McLeod, who had been married to my late father-in-law, Michael McLeod. She passed away on Sunday, June 26th, at the age of 70. She had moved here to Los Angeles several months ago when her cancer had worsened to be closer to her children. She was born and raised in New York City. She attended the Brearley School for Girls and was a graduate of both American University in Paris and the Cincinnati Conservancy of Music. She was an amazing person, accomplished so much. Not only had she been a professional opera singer, but she helped lead several nonprofit organizations. For 14 years, until 2013, she served as the executive director of the National Foundation for Facial Reconstruction. It's a foundation that provides cutting-edge pro bono medical services for people who suffer from craniofacial deformities. It's an organization with a hefty goal, but she always beamed with pride when she spoke about their work. Previously, she served as the development director to both the Harlem School of the Arts and the Women's Project and Productions. She's survived by her sons Jeremy Voss, Philip Voss, and Michaela Burnett, her daughter-in-law Brooksy Voss, McCaleb's partner Samantha,
In addition, she's survived by my wife, Kathy, me, and my family. She was a dear grandmother to my children. May she rest in peace.
Our condolences with you, Mr. Blumenfield, and your family as well. Any other adjourning motions on my right? Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This past Sunday, we lost one of the giants who shaped Los Angeles, Jonah Goldrich, who survived the Holocaust, came to Southern California with almost nothing, and became one of the people who made our city and region what it is today and what it will become in the future. He was 88, and his life was particularly one of extraordinary building. If you look at our downtown, our Marina del Rey, or the Los Angeles Museum of the Holocaust and the Holocaust Memorial Monument in Pan Pacific Park, if you look at many classic buildings, but also government-assisted housing, senior living facilities, and marinas, you often see the touch, drive, grace, and intelligence of Jonah Goldrich. He was born in 1927, but in 1942, after the Nazis invaded his homeland of Poland, he and a brother were smuggled to Hungary, although the rest of his family perished in concentration camps. Jonah would make it to Israel and lived there for a decade before coming to Southern California with $50 in his pocket. Jonah started a construction cleanup business and quickly learned all about the real estate business, and at the age of 29 in North Hollywood, he built his first apartment building. Soon he and another Holocaust survivor, Saul Kest, created Goldrich and Kest Industries, and with Nathan Chappell, they built the 255 Grand apartments on Bunker Hill, and then the Promenade Towers, a twin tower apartment and office complex in the 80s. Such success sparked the transformation of the downtown area that continues today. Jonah was a visionary, and he had the same kind of impact in Marina del Rey as well, seeing great potential in neighborhoods and communities that others might have found lacking in interest. By the time of his passing, he left behind a real estate empire of hundreds of properties, most of them in Southern California. And after the 1965 passage of the Housing and Urban Development Act, Jonah Goldrich began to build public housing projects with rent subsidies offered to low-income tenants. He also used his wealth in numerous philanthropic endeavors, including by starting the Goldrich Family Foundation to raise awareness about the Holocaust. In 2001, it was reported that he was already donating over $500,000 a year to various educational, Jewish, and Israeli charities. He is beloved for countless caring efforts, including his leadership in establishing the Los Angeles Museum of the Holocaust and the memorial monument there in Pan Pacific Park. He's survived by his wife of 56 years, Doretta, his brother Avraham, his daughters Melinda and Andrea Goldrich Caton, and grandchildren Garrett, Lindsay, and Derek. May Jonah Goldrich rest in peace.
Any other adjourning motions, members? I want to wish Mr. Harris Dawson and Mr. Rue a happy one-year anniversary. You've survived. Our meeting is adjourned. Have a happy and safe 4th of July weekend.